actually not tested any of the... Hey, what's up, man? I do say GIF. Do you not say GIF? It's GIF. I've heard of Jiffy, but that's with the J. Isn't it? Oh, wait, we're already yelling. We're already yelling. Do they? Okay, it's Word of God. I mean, you're right. And when you're right, you're right. But that's a GE, you know. Yeah, I know it's true, but you know, sometimes I say things wrong just because I like being wrong or something, I don't know. But anyway, all right, so nobody can hear y'all just yet. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. So like, so I'm gonna take a second, guys. Nobody can hear y'all just yet, which is weird because I can hear you. Hey, my fellow streamers, what's going on here, man? It's going to my headphones, but it's not like actually coming through. Oh yeah. Oh, I need to disable streamer mode. Hold up. Oh, never mind. No, that didn't work. Y'all just say something. Yeah, they heard me debating you, you know, the debate before the debate. Yeah. All right, well, we're cutting into time, so let me figure this out real quick, guys. So sorry. Give me a second. Okay. Gotcha. So that would be what, just an audio input or... Oh, I gotcha. Well, let us see this real quick. Okay, so... That's not working.
And I went to a GameStop because I had to pick up Tekken 7, and then I saw Daruk there, and I'm like, "Is it working now?"
It is. I believe it is.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we
cool.
can. Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice. Okay. Cool. Praise the
So
whatever. Sorry,
I saw the Daruk statue there. I'm like, man, that's way too damn big. Like that.
Daruk is a big boy. Okay, so let me go ahead and...
They're hearing you twice. They're hearing you twice, though. You're echoing.
Hearing me twice?
Yeah.
Right
So
now?
you might have to mute yourself on OBS, I think.
Yeah, or just go mono settings. I think,
Yeah.
instead of stereo.
Yeah, because if you mute yourself here, then we won't hear you. We won't hear you. So I think you have to mute yourself through
So I muted
OBS.
myself in
OBS.
So how are we now, guys?
It's better now. I don't hear any echo.
Okay, but y'all can still hear me.
People are saying, there we go, finally it worked. All right, yeah.
Okay.
And apparently you're quiet, so see if you can raise your volume on Discord.
I can raise mine. So this should be a bit...
Put my microphone closer, I guess.
Yeah. Technical difficulties.
Well, this is probably why people do that little thing called, you know, a sound test, an audio test before, you know, but it's...
Oh, what fun's that?
Who does that, right?
Yeah, bandits don't do that, you know.
If we're fine, then I'm just going to go for it. All right, you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves. We're about
Can you
5
hear
minutes
me?
into our... Yes, we can hear you. Hi.
Hi,
We're about
sorry.
5 minutes into our
Okay.
time slot. So y'all go ahead and introduce yourselves. From the top right, we've got HMK. What do you do, sir?
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your boy HMK once again. I do a lot of content over on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, now the whole shebang. I focus mainly on The Legend of Zelda, Kingdom Hearts, all things Nintendo, Square Enix, and of course, Super Smash Brothers. And we're here to talk about the debate of Tears of the Kingdom. And I've got a lot to say about it because I love this game. So, yeah, that's all I'm going to say for now.
Fantastic, fantastic. And Mr. Commonwealth Realm.
Yes, I'm also on YouTube primarily, doing a little bit on exclusive stuff on Patreon these days as well. Twitch as well, not so much on Twitch. It's not my thing, unfortunately. Things got in the way in 2023, but yeah, I'm currently working on a bunch of Zelda stuff, including the first Zelda Fury of 2024, so that's nice. Switch 2, since it's probably a new system year, and who knows, maybe we could get Tears of the Kingdom Deluxe 4K there. That would be awesome.
We've already got a super chat in here, but let's go through the introduction still. We have Mr. GIF Zelda. What is your actual name? Because I always call you the Zelda GIF World, the GIF Zelda Man.
The GIF Zelda Man, that's new.
What? Go ahead and
so most people just call me GIF, but really, whatever. But I'm a little concerned. Were we supposed to play Tears of the Kingdom before this?
I mean, you know,
Ooh,
if you have an opinion on it,
no, of course, yes, I beat that a month in. So, hello everyone, Zelda GIF World here, mostly on Twitter, doing lots of Zelda GIFs, Zelda memes. If you've ever seen a Zelda post, and rolled your eyes, it was probably mine on there. Just broke into streaming about 6 or 7 months ago on Twitch under Zelda GIF World, and have been having a blast doing that, kind of getting out there. And guess what? This is my first show ever right now. You guys didn't know that, but yes, this is my first one. So hyped, so excited to do it with all of you. You're sorry, yeah.
No, I'm sorry because this is your first one, and the host can't get it together. Man, what the hell? But anyway, I'm so excited for each and every one of y'all to be on. And yes, I am. I'm reading chat. I know that I'm still too quiet. I'm going to get right to that, but we're doing introductions. Miss Knimbley, we have not talked before this really, but I met you a few days ago. How are you, and what are you up to?
Hi, it's nice to meet you. I don't know where I should look. If I should look at, I'm looking at everyone's cameras, but yeah, I'm Knimbley. I primarily create on Twitch, but I've been tiptoeing my way to YouTube. I mostly focus on lore. I think most of us here are lore enjoyers. And I like high and dark fantasy games. I love Zelda. I love Dark Souls, and I'm happy to chat with everyone. Thanks for having me.
Nice, awesome. Well, love having you on. So we're gonna go ahead and get things started here. Oh, we lost HMK. There he goes. Just as soon as it started, there he goes.
Do I have to be the hype person now?
I'm still. You guys can't hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, no, it's the
video.
My camera's resetting. Give it a second.
All right.
Well, anyway, so what we're gonna do while he's with us in spirit and not physically, we're gonna go ahead and I have a few questions for you guys, if that's okay. And there he goes, and here he is. I have a few questions for you guys.
There.
And it's kind of what's going to get us kicked off. We also had a super chat right off the bat, so we're going to get to that as well. But as far as my discussion questions are concerned, and the way that we're going to kind of answer these is, I'm just going to go in the same order as what we just did for the introductions. This is very topical. To you, in your opinion, what makes a Zelda game as opposed to any ordinary action-adventure game out there? And this isn't necessarily like, oh, okay, what made Zelda games back in the day in the 80s when nothing else was on the market. I'm talking about like today. What is a Zelda game, Mr. HMK?
Oh, I'm starting. Let's go. All right, wait. Am I frozen still?
No, you're good.
No, you're good.
Oh, all right. I'm not, because I have both screens on. Okay, so what makes a Zelda game a Zelda game? And this is, I feel, is applied, yes, sirree, Bob, to both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Zelda games, first and foremost, have to have the right balance of the three virtues of a Zelda game, gameplay-wise, before I get into like aesthetic or anything like that. All right, and the three virtues that must be in balance is exploration, combat, and puzzles. Whether if the game is open world or not, whether the game is linear or not, whether the game is structured in a certain way, or the the end game must be presented in a certain way, because for the longest when it came to 2D and 3D Zeldas, they always, structured under what is known as the Zelda formula, but that formula has been thrown out the window, in my opinion, for the better, in order to help lull along the evolution of this franchise while still incorporating those three virtues. Now, of course, beyond the aspect of gameplay, The Legend of Zelda, for the most part, and up until now, of course, Breath of the Wild was like sneaking in some, magi technology, but we've seen that with previous, Zelda games to varying degrees, in which The Legend of Zelda must be within that of high fantasy in terms of presentation. A fantastical land where magic and possibly magi technology is abound in varying levels of degree, where it's like, oh, there's magic ever. Oh, magic is dying in this specific land, or in this specific world of Hyrule, or Labrynna, Hollow Drum, the Great Sea, the Twilight Realm. Any of that, it must retain that aspect of high fantasy, while also incorporating the gameplay virtues of puzzles, exploration, and combat. And even if people were to say things like, oh, Skyward Sword, it was linear, so how can you say exploration? Like, it's still incorporated exploration, because that game, although it being the most linear of any Zelda game, you still had to look around for stuff. It doesn't push you in one direction. It's like, hey, as long as you go down this hallway, Temple of Time and Twilight Princess, then you get to the end regardless. No, you still have to look around and incorporate the puzzles in order to move forward, despite it being the most linear. So, without going too off the rails, that is what a Zelda game is to me.
I like that. Oh, I can hear myself now. Whoops, I tried to... Okay, can you guys hear me twice or once in the Discord chat?
Once.
Cool.
Yeah.
How about you guys, watch it? Can you hear my voice yet? Anyway, we're just going to go with it, because I'm trying to fix things behind the scenes while you guys are talking. But Mr. Commonwealth Realm, what makes a Zelda game a Zelda game?
I would say it's mostly a structured and balanced experience, apart from the things that HMK talked about. But it's also the fact that Zelda was the dungeon crawler until that age of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. This franchise stood way above in terms of its structure, in terms of its level design, and themes. Themes were very, very deep, and Zelda wasn't shy of going the religious route sometimes. We saw that with the controversies in Ocarina of Time. We saw that in Skyward Sword with the Buddhist and Hinduist inspirations in the ancient system. And I think that is kind of where the Zelda franchise stands. It's a franchise that takes a lot of inspiration from our own world, but at the same time adds that high fantasy to it, and creativity that only the Zelda team in Kyoto is able to provide. I think that is the best way of defining it. And when it comes to Tears of the Kingdom, we'll get to it, but I feel like there's still steps to be made to bring it back to the peak Dungeon Zelda that we have been used to since the very first one in 1986.
Fair, very fair. All right, GIF Man.
All right, so I know one of the first things you said is don't go back to the beginning, so I'm immediately going to go back to the beginning there, and just from the first game, it just such a sense of wonder for that. And from that game, you established so many enemies, so much music, so much sound, and every single game, without exception, has built on that, where the games are different, but they always feel so familiar. And a lot of that is the music, is the enemies, even though they look a little different, they're all the same. Even the sound effects, they just draw you back into the Zelda world in a way that just other games and other series don't do that, in my opinion. It makes you want to explore. It makes you want to kind of look in every nook in the game. And that's what has always drawn me to that, is that I know I'm going into a game that is going to be familiar to me. I know I'm going back into a world, even if it's a different story, like from Twilight Princess to Skyward Sword, even if they're completely different stories, Wind Waker, heck, Toon Link, but they're so similar too that you just, it's yeah.
There's a
Go
formula.
ahead.
Essentially.
Yes.
There are similarities from game to game. I actually agree pretty much with everything you just said there, but I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish what you were saying there.
Yeah, it's just the familiarity, how everything builds on it. You get the different versions of the same music, but they kick it up a notch, and it just, you could just kind of feel the way you felt, like if you hear a song in Breath of the Wild that you've heard versions of in Skyward or Wind Waker or Twilight. It kind of brings you back to the feelings and emotions through all of those games, and it kind of just catches up on you at once. And I really just don't feel any other series does that.
It's really special. I think it's great whenever you hear, like you just said, especially with music, just like a theme that you remember from 20 years ago that pops back up. I mean, at Colgera, right? Everybody freaks out over Colgera's theme because it's like,
it is catchy.
Wind Waker was a thing that happened, and this is also a Zelda game. Oh my god! But anyway, Knimbley. There's a K in your name. I'm so sorry. I know I'm going to say Kimbley, but Knimbley.
It's okay. The K is silent, like a knife.
Like a knife. Oh god.
Like Link.
I think for me, if I could just give a brief backstory, I came to Zelda games pretty late in life. I started with like shooters and then made my way to the From Software series and then to Zelda. So I feel like one thing that I know is distinct about Zelda versus other high-end dark fantasy games are that sense of, I don't want to say nostalgia because that's not exactly the word, but it's almost like what Gif was saying. You have those connections through music and that sense of exploration throughout the series, and even though sometimes there will be whispers of previous games in whatever new generation there is, and it's not really expanded upon, I think the fact that Zelda is able to maintain its essence through its musicality, its environmental storytelling, and even references to characters is what makes it so unique. And for me, I started, I hope no one will be upset with me about this, but I started with Breath of the Wild, and then I went to Ocarina. And I think that when I first was playing through all the Zelda games, I felt like, oh, Breath of the Wild, I still feel like is my favorite, but I still keep going back to how I felt playing through Ocarina for the first time, because I felt like I went through Link's journey through childhood and adulthood with him, even though I am in my 30s playing it for the first time. And I have played pretty much every From Software like fantasy game. Those games are very scary, and they have that same essence of Zelda with the swords and, you know, a sense of grief and loss. But I feel like what felt so special to me about Zelda is that it takes the struggles that both fictional and real life people deal with. It's like a sense of doubt about your ability, but still having to take on life's challenges. But you are able to achieve those things through perseverance, through your community, like through your companions, and just like that inner sense of knowing that you're doing what's right, and you're going to do it regardless of how difficult it is. Like, I think that for me is what stands out about Zelda, even independent of like the gameplay mechanics. It's just that sense of like that Nintendo magic of we should keep that child sense of wonder and courage throughout our life. Anyway, that was a long answer. But...
No. Clearly it was the best one because you mentioned Ocarina of Time off the bat. So, you know, I'm leaning towards that one. I'm just kidding. But no, seriously, it was, I think from your answers, it kind of proves the entire notion that I had about the way that people relate to these amazing games, which is why I set this up anyway. We've got more open-ended, you know, kind of like, so long as it's an adventure game. And if I'm misinterpreting any of y'all's answers, please correct me. But we've got more open-ended stances, like, you know, it's about the adventure and the puzzles. And then we've got a bit more specific. We've got, you know, it's about the Zelda formula and like the repeating elements that come back, you know, the sense of childlike wonder, you know. And I think that is, I don't know, I think that right there is kind of a testament to a great series, which we can all agree on, right? Something that appeals to everybody for different reasons. But that leads me directly into my next question. So, are the Era of the Wild games Zelda games? Why or why not? And what we're going to do here... he took his glasses off, I'm scared. What we're going to do here is we're going to go in the inverse order, if that is okay. So, Knimbley, if you don't mind...
Putting them back on.
I'm putting him at the end so that, you know... so that he puts his glasses back up. No, I'm just kidding.
Could you repeat the question?
What are the Era of the Wild games Zelda games basically based on your own criteria?
I think in their essence, yes, because for me, I haven't played through Zelda 1 and 2 yet, but my understanding is that the Era of the Wild games was meant to return to that sense of open exploration and more of the story being the individual player's experience and not necessarily the literal story that's being told. And in that sense, I would say yes. But even to my own personal answer, I feel like it's a maybe, because for me, what feels like the most Zelda game, say for Ocarina, is Twilight Princess. I know that not everyone enjoys Twilight Princess, but that's my personal favorite.
I love Twilight.
I think that for me, what I enjoy about the Zelda series is almost that linearity in exploration and storytelling. I enjoy that I can explore infinitely in the Wild Era. But having started with that and gone through, and I actually finished Twilight Princess right before Tears came out, it was incredibly jarring to go from that playthrough experience to Tears, even though I enjoyed it. And I felt almost disconnected from what I had felt playing as Link in Twilight Princess versus Tears. And I don't want to take up too much time talking about why that I felt that way, but it's a maybe. I think I would like to see them dial it back a little bit, and it'll feel more like Zelda.
So I let me be a bit more. That was a fantastic answer, but I just in case anybody's confused about that question, let me specify it just a little bit more before we go on. I saw a comment the other day that was very introspective, I think, and the way that they put it was, if you were to describe to someone that a new indie game had come out that was really cool, and you were like, it's a Zelda type, like it's a Zelda-like game, there are already off the bat these images that come into your mind, right? About dungeon crawling, about getting loot, you know, stuff like that. Like that is how you describe like that is a Zelda-like indie game. Like
I have something to say about that.
Okay. And by the way, we don't have to just go in order. If people have stuff to say, just come out at me. You know what I mean? But the reason why I set that up is because nobody, like, if you were to strip everything away from the era of the Wild games, right? As far as naming is concerned, take The Legend of Zelda out of the name, right?
Ooh, I knew
Take
this was
Link
coming.
out. That's the question, right? Take Link,
Mhm.
the name Link out, take the name Zelda out, the name Goron, the name Rita, whatever. Take all of the naming out, and what are you left with? Would you describe that as a Zelda type? Basically,
I would.
that is what the question is. So,
I
Anyway.
just want to interject that point when you like Zelda types and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Whenever I see someone say that, I feel that's hyper focusing on one aspect of Zelda or even one specific genre that Zelda has explored throughout its entire like franchise, because Zelda has been constantly evolving, and that's like something that the Zelda team has always said. That is not a secret, right? So when people bring up like, oh, this indie title is Zelda like, I'm like, no, like Zelda inspired, sure, but Zelda like. The Legend of Zelda as a franchise is way too erratic when it comes to its specific entries to have an established Zelda-like, unlike that like Soulsborne, like Souls-like, or anything like that. Because you bring up Tunic, it's like, okay, that's 2D Zelda-like. The action adventure game in a 3D space. Oh, people can say that's a Souls-like, depending on its difficulty, because that's like the one thing they hyper focus on when it comes to that style of game, even though it functions for the most part like a 3D Zelda. And then when you say something like, oh, let's strip this down without Link, without this, what do you get? Is it still a Zelda-like? The funniest thing that you brought up about when you bring that up is that, oh, if you were to do that to A Link to the Past, like people say, oh, one of the best Zelda games ever on the Super NES. If you were to strip that out and hyper focus on that aspect of is Zelda-like, you get Goof Troop the game. you literally get Goof Troop the game. Hey, it's a Zelda-like, right? Play it. It's A Link to the Past. It's A Link to the Past.
Hey, if it has linear progression with gear that unlocks different parts of the map and other stuff, you're right, it probably is a Zelda type. And also like I made a mistake, guys. I put these groups at 30 minutes apart. Holy cow, I am already seeing.
Well, I mean, we had a lot of time. You had a lot of time to set up, so I mean
it's true, but anyway, you know what, one of y'all two go ahead and pop in. We're not doing orders anymore.
I guess I'll pop in, and starting this, I kind of figure, I'm like, we're going to be talking about Goof Troop today, aren't we? I just had a feeling, in the back of my head.
Apparently, I missed the memo.
It was a good game. Go play it. Like, super good game.
Sounds great.
I actually heard it's really good. Is it the person who did Resident Evil 4 do that game, if I remember correctly?
It was developed by Capcom, if I'm sure, which I mean could probably be the reason why Nintendo's like, hey, remember Goof Troop? Let's get those guys on Oracle. Like,
yeah. Wait, but, is Goof Troop like is Goof
SNES.
Troop? Is it Disney?
Yes, it's a Goofy.
Goofy.
Oh, Goof. Yeah. Okay, Goof Troop.
You play.
Okay, sorry.
You play as Goofy and Max in the game. Mm-hmm.
I finally understand. I'm a cool kid. Go on.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I thought was interesting when Knimbleyx was talking earlier was when she said that she started with Breath of the Wild and Ocarina of Time, and I absolutely love how people can come into this series in different ways. It's just amazing. Some people start with the OG, some people start with Tears of the Kingdom, go in different orders, and I think it can just bring us all different experiences together, loving the same series and franchise, and that was just kind of cool to hear. About that. But on topic with your question is Tears and Breath of the Wild Zelda games. I absolutely think they are. I really do.
I do too, by the way, for the record. Sorry, go on.
So the reason I think that is these new games I feel are just like the other ones. They just give you options. That's all. Now with like Tears, you could go to any of the 4 places that you wanted to go once you hit Hyrule. There, you could go to Rito, the bird people. You could go to Gerudo. So it wasn't linear where you had to go to one because you needed an item. But nevertheless, you still had to pick one of them. And it just gave you some options. You still have to do them all. It's not like you can just really not do any of them. And then once you get to them, Maybe it's not a traditional dungeon, but still, it's dungeon-like. It's still kind of the same formula. You have to go through it. You have to find keys. You have to find items. You have to get through it. It just feels like they took the Twilight Princesses, the Wind Wakers, and just added some more modern features on them there for you to, say, put a waypoint on your map when you're trying to go somewhere, or they put it on there for you. And then when you're getting there, there's so many things in between that you can do. It's in the option. You can go right to your destination, or you can do the 5 million things in between. It's just getting options. It's the spirit of it. And I very much think both of them are very much Zelda games.
Yeah, very good. Very good. And Conrad?
Yeah, I would turn the question a little bit around because yes, they are Zelda games, but are they the two best Zelda games? That's my more approach, because these games feel less Zelda than some prior Zelda titles. That's the best way of defining, I think, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because they went more away from what is safe Zelda and went into more of, what can I say?
Experimental.
Yeah, experimental. That's the word I'm definitely looking at. And some of it's very much a hit and miss in many regards. Some of the things are just miles better than what we used to have, while others just feel like, yeah, maybe you should have gone with this instead from the 3D past. And I think we are in that stage where we're still trying to figure out that perfect Zelda formula for this open air genre. I think we still haven't gotten there, but we're making small steps towards it. I think Tears of the Kingdom was a step in the right direction after, let's say, Breath of the Wild pulled down the old Zelda house and tried to use the framework that is Zelda and try to fill it out with a little bit different aspects and mechanics. But Tears of the Kingdom, with Tears of the Kingdom, the Zelda team realized, yes, we're gonna keep this because it's very popular and people vibe with it. But at the same time, we have to look at what worked from the series past. And Dungeons was definitely the one thing that they took to heart that needed to come back in its more traditional form. But I feel like it ended pretty much there as well. It didn't go much further than that when it came to a little bit boss variety, so things that were related to dungeons. That's where I would say they brought it back to what defines Zelda. But there's still aspects that could definitely be worked on. Story and the way you do storytelling is definitely one of them.
I also want to add to what Conrad was saying is that it felt almost as though they were going in the direction of like an Eco or Shadow of the Colossus with the Wild era, which is another one of the series that I played before ever playing Zelda, where you have this like grandiose world that you're a part of, but you're this little guy and you're not totally sure of the direction that you're supposed to go, but you know that you're supposed to save this person or prevent this great evil from befalling Hyrule. And I hope that they lean a little bit more into that. Like I remember when I first played Breath of the Wild, I didn't go towards King Rome. I dropped down to where the first stone talus is, and I just had a twig. And I was like, oh my god, it's like Shadow of the Colossus. And I part of me almost hopes that we have like that dungeon style boss, but in the overworld. That I feel like that'll make the open exploration a little bit more fun, at least for me. Anyway, sorry to interrupt, but it came through my mind.
Fantastic.
One thing that I really liked from Breath of the Wild to Tears is I was not a huge fan of the Divine Beast, but mostly because they all look the same. If I sent you a picture from one of them and said, hey, which Divine Beast is that? You probably won't be able to tell me that.
Sure about that? I'm just kidding. No, I get what you're saying.
Okay, most people wouldn't be able to say which one it is. And with the Temple Celeste dungeons and Tears, they got them a lot more on theme. They were a lot different, and I enjoyed that a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, guys, like I said, I'm big dumb, and I only gave us 30 minutes per group. So, to be respectful of the next group that's going to come in here, I'm going to just ask y'all the wrap-up question. And we're just going to go through it very briefly. Okay, all right. What's up, man?
I didn't get to give my answer. If Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, no, I didn't. I just interjected earlier, but I didn't give mine. I was biding my time. I haven't taken on my glasses off.
My bad, man. My bad. So,
but like, I get it. We're on it.
No.
Yeah.
You can give that answer. Y'all go ahead and stew over the question. What if you could craft your perfect ideal Zelda game in the future? What would that look like? So y'all stew over that. Mr. HMK, take it away.
Now I'm gonna say a lot of things that a lot of people aren't gonna like, right? And I've been reading like chat, especially in the beginning before this. And I want to bring that up where someone's like, "Oh, HMK is one of those guys that like, hey, don't question, just consume product." I've never seen him dislike a game or anything like that, because it's become no secret that Tears of the Kingdom, I adore Tears of the Kingdom, and yes, Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are indeed Zelda games. They're just the next evolution that people aren't rocking with at the moment. Same way as if you guys weren't there when Ocarina of Time came onto the picture. Everyone says Ocarina of Time was like the 10 out of 10, and I believe so as it was. But when that game first came out, ooh, y'all ain't ready for that conversation. But to go on to the point when people are like, oh, I think every game is good, I have nothing negative. Man, I'm telling y'all do not want me to talk about Link's Awakening or Twilight Princess, right? Because just to give you guys a little taste of that, everyone's like, in this day and age, when it comes to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, how people are saying like, if it's a Zelda game or not, it's not a Zelda game, it's weak here, a week there. They're hyper focusing, and I'm using that word a lot because that's what I see a lot when it comes to the open air approach and refusing to acknowledge that dungeons, and like, I've seen people talk about the dungeons so much about Tears of the Kingdom and the Divine Beast, about Breath of the Wild. They hardly ever talk about, the 120 and the 150 shrines in each game, which is something I felt was such a magical experience in terms of finding these shrines. And when these shrines are shrines where they have their own mini structured dungeons or puzzles, that is something that I feel is literally dungeons of yore, just broken up into spots that are sprinkled around the vast world and the vaster world from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. But when Twilight Princess came out, ladies and gentlemen, everyone's saying that like, hey, why can't Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom be more like Twilight Princess in terms of dungeon, in terms of structure of the game? When Twilight Princess came out, sure, it got really good reviews in the most part in terms of the hardcore video game outlet, or in some aspects of the Zelda fan base. But man, oh man, if you want me to pull up the receipts, people hated Twilight Princess when it first came out. They said the game was incredibly derivative of Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker. Not so much Majora's Mask, because Majora's Mask, it was a really big shape up when compared to that of Ocarina of Time. But they hated Twilight Princess. The dungeons derivative, the dungeon items. Let's have a use for this item and only have the use to open up the next dungeon without having any type of substantial use in the overworld. The spinner, hello. You want to go out and go find one or two heart pieces in the overworld? Be my guest. Twilight Princess's linearity in terms of specific dungeons was incredibly frowned upon. Literally, I brought up earlier in this point, Twilight Princess Temple of Time was a hallway. Go back and play it. It was a hallway. You go to the front, you go to the back. Right. That's it. So when it came to like the whole argument that I'm seeing now, it's just so funny to me that Tears of the Kingdom is going through right now the almost exact same situation Twilight Princess did when it first came out. And give it 5-10 years, people are going to look back and like, Tears of the Kingdom, best Zelda game. Oh, absolutely, I love that stuff.
No. Sorry, HMK, I have to interrupt there, because Tears of the Kingdom has a number of structural issues.
Yeah.
It is very unbalanced compared to previous Zelda games.
Okay.
It feels disconnected compared to past Zelda games, which had far more structure.
But I'm gonna answer that with some, because Twilight Princess, although it's having structure, also worked against it. That's what I'm saying. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, a lot of people refuse to acknowledge the fact that dungeons and the world itself and even the story had to be adapted in order to accommodate the open air adventure. A lot of people don't like that, and that's fine. What I'm saying is that you can't say something like this. What I'm saying is that you can't say something like this. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild have bad stories. That's not true. If I were to structure the story
bad storytelling, bad storytelling,
bad presentation. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
If I were to structure,
that's a flaw.
It is a flaw. But the story itself allowed people to hyper focus on the idea or the fact the story was weak. The story was not weak. The way it was presented is weak, and that also is something up for debate. If I were to structure Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild story in a sense that it would be more linear or more structured, like Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, all that stuff, people were like, "Oh, my dear Zelda, how could she go through all that?" I mean, if you guys beat Tears of the Kingdom, spoilers. I'm not gonna say spoiler, but I'm like, feel sad. That's the point. What I'm saying is that Tears of the Kingdom is facing the same type of ridicule Twilight Princess did when it first came out, but now we're in the day and age where everyone is saying, not everyone, but I mean a lot of people are saying.
But HMK, I have to say one thing here, and that is that the Zelda team tried to just do too much with Tears of the Kingdom.
Yes.
They tried to, and the problem is they didn't manage to balance all the 3 layers together. And focused way too much on the surface again. The depths feel like an almost completely optional area, which is very bloated and tedious.
Okay.
And the Sky Islands are underdeveloped. That is my main issue with this game.
Okay, but I could also say that's what I'm saying. Like when you say, "Oh, it's not the same," it is very similar. I won't say it's the same because I mean nothing exactly is the same.
These are more structural issues.
Yeah, but then you can also
game design issues.
I like when it comes to design issues. You're going to tell me that the overworld for Twilight Princess was developed. You're going to tell me that the hidden village was developed when you go there twice, even though it's a town area.
Yeah,
right?
But that was an era of system limitations.
Right.
We are no longer there, HMK. That's the difference.
Exactly. And that's why the limitations are broken in the sense for Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild to explore all of this and explore a grander, open area.
But in Tears of the Kingdom, I'm literally refreading the same territory I did for the last 6 years.
Right.
It is a good reason why a lot of people have fallen off. And are not seeing them appeal and to even beat the game.
That's the whole idea of a sequel. We're living in the day and age where people are like literally taking a detriment that I feel doesn't exist. Like back in the day, if people were to play Jack 2 to Jack 3, people have the same complaints. Yes, they would.
Zelda is an action RPG. By definition, an RPG needs to have roles.
Zelda's not really an action RPG. It's more of an action adventure.
Argue semantics here, but I will say, if it's a sequel, we already have a foundation that we're starting with. If you continue a story with a poorly executed story, by definition, I think that is bad.
Yeah, but then you have to.
We're not limited by hardware when we're writing a story. So I feel like that's not.
But then why are you hyper focusing on story when
because
I'm here playing a game?
When I'm playing a game as a character.
I understand that you care about a story when playing a game, but I care about the gameplay when playing a game.
Yeah,
Tears of the Kingdom introduces so much when it comes to compared to that Breath of the Wild, and I love that.
I haven't talked about the story at all. I'm talking about the more game design issues that this game has, the lack of focus, the lack of balance between the layers. Like I feel like I'm spending 70% down on the surface when it was clear that the marketing was promising more of a sky adventure. And what is in the sky it's so deprived of life. That's the main issue I have with this game. Like this could have been easily solved if you had a civilization in the sky and the depths. Then suddenly it would be far more enticing to explore these territories instead of just going to the same type of sky island, which has been, in many cases, just replicated across this map. Like, when you look at you can take the maps of the sky, the surface, and the depths, and you will see how empty the top layer is compared to those other two. And in my opinion, the depths were way overblown. They didn't need to be that big, especially when you have the same kind of grayness across the board. It is very bloated and very repetitive, and that is not a subjective matter. That is objective. Because when you have
you can't
so
say
many
that.
hours,
You can't say that.
It is.
It is. No, you can't, because I can say something like, "Oh, the sky. I was never promised life in the sky. I was promised being able to explore that." With different types of zonite type of creations that I'm able to create in this game, unlike that of Breath of the Wild, that give me an extra layer of exploration. I don't need any type of life in that sense of exploration as long as there's things to explore and to find that can only be found up there, which is true.
Yeah, but it's so repetitive. It's so
It's-
repetitive. It's either a
it's
shrine or a
repetitive.
chest.
Referee for a second. Just to keep things a bit more structured.
Yeah.
I think that at this point we do have a good idea of where you guys are coming from. However, I would like to funnel a bit. Yeah, by the way, I moved the next group to the next hour, so we have at least 15 minutes.
Oof, nah, I feel bad about that. Nah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Like, honestly, I should have done that anyway. But we have a super chat question that didn't pop up on the screen, but whatever. They're not sure how to. There it is. I willed it into existence. But anyway, they're not sure how to say it. But let us talk about the continuity between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So, do we feel that Tears of the Kingdom felt like, and I'm not even talking about the rest of the franchise at this point, we're simply talking about between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, did it feel like a sequel? Lore-wise, story-wise, not gameplay, necessarily.
I would say yes, and just to use but it's done in a subtle way. So, for example, the dueling peaks, we get drip for that in Breath of the Wild. If you go to the Farron stable, there's an NPC that tells you about the origin of how the dueling peaks split in half. And if you go to the depths in Tears of the Kingdom, directly underneath the dueling peaks, there is a giant dragon skeleton. So there's a little bit of that. And if you go to different areas that seemed kind of barren, that have like trees that are white bark with orange leaves, if you go to those areas in Tears of the Kingdom, there's something cool there. So if you're exploring, you'll find a lot of continuity. But as for the overarching story, I'll defer to you all.
I would also like to place within the lens of this question, people not remembering Link, things like that.
That's what I was about to say.
I
There was
have
a
an
whole
interesting
freaking
thought.
classroom.
I
There
have
was
a whole
classroom of people who forgot Link.
I have an interesting thought about why that could be a thing, but I'm gonna let her speak first.
So
yeah, how did it feel?
That was my exact thing. It's like I Link just saved the entire world in this huge, gigantic battle. There's newspapers, Lucky Clover Gazette. They got pen there writing stories and everything. How does nobody know who I am? I'm going places. People, it's like, I just remember that classroom in Hateno Village there where you go in and it's like, oh, some legendary hero saved the day. And I'm like, and I feel like that meme where I'm like, when you're in the corner, it's like nobody knows I'm the legendary hero there. And it just, like, I like the things like Knimbleyx was saying about the kind of like the small homages to the other game and things that could kind of carry over. But with just like recognizing Link, it just seemed weird to me that no one's just seemed to know him or events from the last game. And also, where the heck are all the Guardian trash? Where did that go? They just throw it down in the depths? Because I didn't see it.
I felt that Guardian stuff was like repurposed, just like they find it all, and then that's what helped build the towers. As you can see, like the Guardian.
Recycling's good.
Recycling's great, but that's another one of those big blatant things about Tears of the Kingdom that we do just have to come up with a bunch of headcanon to explain. And there was plenty of that in Breath of the Wild too. I'm not specifying that for only Tears of the Kingdom, but Tears of the Kingdom does have it kind of as a double whammy because Breath of the Wild wasn't a direct sequel, right? Breath of the Wild was, and in the future, ... in the franchise, eventually Breath of the Wild happened. Tears of the Kingdom is legitimately like, no, like 3 years ago, whatever, that's debated, is when Breath of the Wild happened. Now Tears of the Kingdom is happening. And 3 or 4 years ago, there were all these other Sheikah towers, all these other Sheikah shrines, all the remnants of guardians around the place, like you're saying, the divine beasts, whatever. And it's just gone in Tears of the Kingdom. But in a recent interview, they literally said that it just kind of disappeared into thin air. Just, because its purpose was done. So I think one of the key concepts here is that you can answer, You know, you can answer for the discrepancies, but what happens when it's not a very good answer? I think that's what bothers a lot of people, because when you just kind of slam people with the whole like it disappeared, you know, it's like, well,
I agree.
That kind of sucks. You know, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna say one thing here, Bandit, and that is the fact that when people don't care about the lore and story, which we have seen a lot with Tears of the Kingdom, they finished the game and pretty much moved on to the next thing. That kills the community, and that's kind of what we have seen in the last span of 8-7 months, I would say, since the launch of the game. It was people were in the moon. The views were amazing for say up to August, and then interest just collapsed, which was not the case with Breath of the Wild in the slightest, and which is not really the case with other Zelda games that comes out, because there's so much to theorize about, there's so much to talk about. Well, in this game, it feels like just those other games where you just finish them and move on to the next one. With Zelda, usually you stay there with it, and I feel like the fall-off rate with this game has been much higher than we saw with Breath of the Wild and other past Zelda games, especially Breath of the Wild, which we want to compare it because the open-air genre is pretty fresh for Zelda. And in this case, it is clear that people have less interest in Zelda at the end of Tears of the Kingdom. And how do we know this? We see that there hasn't been a bump, a boost in views compared to before the game's launch, which it would have had if it came with a lot of answers, with a lot of exciting new lore that doesn't have the same punch as we are used to in the Legend of Zelda's past.
So we, as the creators behind the Legend of Zelda, right? We did have another super chat, but it didn't look like it was a question. I think it was more of a comment. But anyway, we as the creators get to kind of feel the pulse of the community numerically. Not everybody gets to feel that. Like we have legitimate analytics behind our videos, right? And like if we see a view spike for Zelda as a topic, we're the ones who are going to legitimately feel that, right? So with that advantage, though, I think that a lot of us have been feeling a bit of the disinterest that's been but here's the other thing, right? I wasn't on the ground as a creator when Breath of the Wild came out. I mean, I was, but like the channel was nothing. I think I kind of popped up around the time that the Breath of the Wild sequel trailers started coming into existence or into fruition. But when Breath of the Wild came out, I don't know what it felt like. Everybody who was around at that point, so I think of this group, excuse me, correct me if I'm wrong, but that should be Commonwealth Realm and HMK. You guys were around on the scene when Breath of the Wild came out, and I'm not sure about the other two, but I've heard that there was, and I'm sorry I hit my mic there, I've heard that there was like a drop, right, in interest right after the game came out. But here we are, it's about to be a year that Tears of the Kingdom has been out, which is crazy. But yeah, it's about to be a year. And we're still, as far as I can tell, we're only seeing a continual decline in the interest. Not just about Tears of the Kingdom, about the universe of The Legend of Zelda.
Yep.
Why is that?
I can give a very specific answer to that, and that is that it's a general impression I have, because we are talking about people that are very much in the Zelda fan base. I like to talk with people that are more casual with this approach, that enjoy the Zelda lore but are not as fanatical as we are.
Sure.
And many of those people that I've talked to, both in my home country, in the US, and other places, they played Tears of the Kingdom, but they haven't beaten the game. And you know why? Because they just get to a point and they say, this is just too much. I feel like this is just taking way too much of my time without getting the payoff. I feel like I'm just retreading the same path as I did in Breath of the Wild, and it just doesn't motivate me. The whole feeling of discovery, when they have to put discovery on the screen for me to just, as a Breath of the Wild player, to know that, oh, this is something new that wasn't in Breath of the Wild, that's when you know that you have made a wrong step. And I think a lot of people have the same experience and feeling from this game, that it feels like a 1.5 more than a 2. when it comes to Breath of the Wild.
I understand that. By the way, so we did extend the time a little bit, but I'm not going to do it again just out of respect for the other people. So we got 5 minutes left. Let's go ahead and just have closing thoughts in general from each of you. Y'all can just go in whatever order. Not everybody all at once. All right.
Yeah,
Mr.
I
Agent.
enjoyed.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. I enjoyed Tears of the Kingdom for what it was. I do hope that, and I don't know how this would happen, but being someone that enjoys both gameplay and story, I want to see like a marriage of the two in whatever the next Zelda is going to be, because coming from the FromSoft community, I know that story is what keeps a community alive. Like, it's the reason why people are still talking about stuff that happened in Dark Souls, which came out, almost a decade ago, because the story is there. It's just, it's cryptic. And I feel like Zelda, I know people have different opinions about what's important in the game, but for me, I love that sense of adventure and that sense of like responsibility I have because I'm invested in the story. I didn't feel as invested in the characters in Tears of the Kingdom because it just felt like they were going in too many different directions, and key characters got like barely any development in my opinion. And when things happened to them, it was sad, but only because I knew it was supposed to be sad, not because I felt a sense of grief for them. So I hope that they, even if it's just like a little bit more fleshed out, I would even take a longer story just for them to tend to that more, and still have that exploration.
Very nice, very nice. Next up to bat.
All right. So I was kind of thinking of what Conrad just had said, and it really made me think that I like the Tears of the Kingdom story, but it feels like between each part of it, there was so much in between that was not story related at all. It's like, okay, you get, say, a Tears memory or something else, and then you don't get any story for 2 hours because you went and built a house or explored the depths or, I don't know, help the band get back together and that type of thing. So it's kind of like, and not to mention, they were kind of out of order too. Sometimes I did not do them in order in my playthrough. So sometimes it was kind of hard. You jump back in there and you're just like, wait, what's happening now? Oh, that's right. Ganondorf's mad and he's going to take over. So I like the story, but it was kind of hard to keep up with it sometimes. And it was just a lot of time in between the story points on there, and that's why it was a little difficult sometimes for that. But with closing thoughts is, now I know that we're probably 5 years away from whatever next mainline Zelda game is coming. So, but I am super excited to see what's next in there. It's like, are we going to be getting any type of remakes like Link's Awakening? Are we getting some ports for the Switch or the Super Switch or whatever they're going to be calling it?
Switch Advanced.
Super Switch Advanced with Bowser's Fury. Yes. So, what are we going to get next? What about spin-offs? Is there going to be another Hyrule Warriors? Is there going to be a Cadence of Hyrule? So while the mainline Zelda is probably some time off, I am just super excited to see what's next, where are we going to go next, and just outside of that in general, just very happy to be a part of this conversation with 4 awesome people and to be a big part of the Zelda community in general. So just wanted to thank you so much for having me on, and it's a blast. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for being here. All right, guys, bring us home.
All right, so I saw a comment that's like, oh, the loud guy wants to go last. So how about I don't go last and not be loud?
Maybe Conrad's the loud guy.
HMK is reading you guys. All right,
no,
y'all be careful. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Like, and when people say I don't read chat. Anyways, what I want to say in terms of closing arguments is that Tears of the Kingdom is indeed, in my subjective opinion, a great game, a stellar game, and indeed an amazing Zelda game. I feel that a lot of complaints when it comes to The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild that came before it A lot of them are valid. A lot of them are hyper-focused on one aspect that goes into people's own selective bias. And that is what Zelda has been plagued with ever since the beginning. And like that is not up for debate. People can have their own interpretations of how Zelda was received in terms of each individual release going through the years. And I feel that Tears of the Kingdom is, once again, not unfairly, because it's something that happens like with every Zelda game, not unfairly, but it is being ridiculed for reasons I feel that have eschewing levels of validity. I will say this, throughout all of it, when it comes to the idea of the story, and because we don't have a lot of time, I'm not going to go way too in-depth into it. If like anyone wants to talk to me in depth about this, that's fine. But when it comes to the idea of the Legend of Zelda story, I am not discounting the idea that these games have strong stories, that the story is important to fans, and that it should feel important to fans 100%. But, and here's a very big but, is that the Legend of Zelda, in terms of its story, when it's being crafted by those that are creating the games, with the exception of Skyward Sword, have always been an afterthought. And there are countless interviews that support that, and we are seeing that more so than ever with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, especially when it comes to the whole timeline debate, which probably will never be answered unless they decide to do creating a champion, but for Tears of the Kingdom. And there are many unanswered questions that we've seen throughout Zelda, not only in Tears of the Kingdom, when it comes to where did this go, what happened to that were explained afterwards to varying levels of acceptance. With that being said, I had a blast with this stream, and it was good to get my perspective out on the Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, with varying differentiating opinions, which I feel are all still extremely valid, with amazing Zelda content creators that are here with us today.
I'm gonna cry. But no. It's been awesome having you on. It's been awesome having each of you on, Mr. Conrad.
Yeah, I want to thank you for extending the time, because it was definitely necessary to get the full picture.
Yeah, that's me. That's on me.
Of it all. So I thank you for the opportunity as well. What I would like just to say is that we are in a very interesting spot with Zelda now, because it just feels like, I hate to say it, but the fan base has become very divided.
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild divided the fan base into like old school and new school, and then people got even more divided as a result of Tears of the Kingdom. Many didn't like the whole division of the layers and how connected they were, and balancing issues of those. And I think like some people felt like, okay, the amount we had in Breath of the Wild was fine. We don't need much more, because it just gets too overwhelming. And I think the Zelda team has a lot to think about now, to see how can we compromise. It's very much like in the situation of Smash. Remember, with the Melee community being so...
Melee is the best game. There's no other game. That's what they say.
And then
Kingdom Hearts 2 is the best Kingdom Hearts game. There is no other game.
Exactly. And I think we're very much in a situation like that, where I think they have to look at how do we combine the present and the past in the best possible way in the future, seeing that we can take the best elements of the open air, but also combine that with, or fuse it with, the elements that we know and love from the best rated games in Zelda's past. I think that is where the solution lies for this franchise. And it's not tied to just specific items that are missing and so on. No, it's just the structural, the overarching things that keep us immersed, keep us in Hyrule, instead of losing attention and then suddenly, oh no, I'm surrounded by the real world again. That is what we need to obtain and gain back from The Legend of Zelda. It has to be an experience where we don't feel like we have to stop a moment and get pulled out of the game. We want to be in Hyrule non-stop. That is what The Legend of Zelda should be. And I hope it's going to be like this as we enter the 40th anniversary of this franchise.
40, well, anyway, guys, that was fantastic. Thank you all so much for being here. and I hope that you did enjoy your time talking with each other, talking with me about the game. I think that honestly, we just need to do this again at some point. Like there's so much here.
Yeah, hearing you say that like 30 minutes per group, I'm like,
bro, you can tell, right? You can tell how often I've hosted things, right? But no, it's all a learning experience. Thank you guys so much for being on. I'm going to go ahead and head over to the next group now.
Thank you
so
for
I'm gonna
having
hang
us.
this one up.
You did a great job.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yes,
I appreciate that.
So
You were a great
Thank you so
host.
much,
But,
Bandit.
you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I will talk to each of y'all soon, I'm sure. Have a great rest of your day. And yeah.
Absolutely. All right then. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
I did not mean to do that. All right, let me get the next one started, you guys. Give me just a second and I will create the call. Okay. Start. Yeah, y'all tell the creators that you enjoyed seeing thank you in the chat, because I'm sure they are looking. Okay, we've got Nintendo. We've got... Okay, I believe this is the next complete group. Now, hopefully, hey there.
Hello.
hey,
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool.
We can. We sure can. I'm so sorry about taking a much longer, guys. That is on me. I
Nah,
gave
it's all
each of
good.
these groups 30 minutes. I'm dumb. Big dumb. Especially with such a subject, right? It's a big subject. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts. But anyway, so I'm going to go around and we're going to have everybody just introduce yourselves. So let's start off with Mr. Restart on the top left.
all good, man.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, man. Thanks for having me. It's been a while since we've gotten a chance to talk, but
It has.
yeah, I'm excited to come on. And this is just like a personal thing, right? But like, I'm a Nintendo YouTuber, right? I'm not just a Zelda YouTuber, but Zelda is my favorite franchise. And so I get to work with a lot of other fellow Nintendo YouTubers, but I'm kind of excited. It's like, oh, okay, sick. I actually get to participate in a Zelda YouTuber discussion. So thank you for having me. But just listening to everyone in the last hour, right? Like, that's no shade, by the way. Actually, glad that you extended it because I really wanted to hear everyone's opinion. I'm already geared up to talk Zelda. Like, I think it's going to be a good time.
Cool. There will be some questions returning and some new ones, I'm sure, that come out of this. So, Mr. Nick go ahead and introduce yourself. I gave you a little bit of an introduction at the start of the stream, but what are you all about?
Hi, I'm Niktendo. That's just my Discord handle. I do have a YouTube channel I just started recently called Nikdrawsart because I just thought it was a funny name like Netflix. I don't know. I've only done a few YouTube shorts so far, but I do plan on doing actual content. I'm only 20, so the only Zelda game I remember like being excited for was like Skyward Sword in 2011. I was only like 7 or 8 back then, which is kind of crazy to think about. That's already like 14 years ago almost. And yeah, I love Zelda. I honestly do like Mario a lot more, but Mario doesn't have awesome lore like Zelda does. So my favorite Zelda game is Link to the Past, and I'm excited to be talking with you guys today, especially you, Bandit. So.
Oh, well, I'm flattered. Well, thank you for being on. Mr. Alex.
Of course.
It's been a while since we've seen each other.
I know. Hello, I'm Alex. I help run social media and video content at Zelda Universe, as well as Zeldathon. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for coming. And then a very, very last minute addition, the Hylian. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine, thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here. Before actually introducing myself, I also want to thank you, Bandit, for the opportunity. I'm honored to be with such an incredible plethora of content creators, not just covering Zelda, but Nintendo and Square and HMK's case as well. So it's quite an honor. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
And well, with regards to me, I'm a long-form content creator. I'm mainly focused on covering important works of audiovisual media. Right now, I'm covering Final Fantasy VII, but I also did cover Zelda in a video analysis back when I was extremely excited for Tears of the Kingdom when I was analyzing one of the E3 trailers. And now I should be releasing as well a Smash and FF7 video. But in the future, I'm definitely covering Tears of the Kingdom in some form, for sure.
Cool. Fantastic. So, just to change things up from the last group, we're going to start off with a different question. A much more personal question, I guess. Let's go around and talk about our very general thoughts on Tears of the Kingdom. Did you like it? Did you like certain parts and maybe not others? Let's start with you, Nintendo.
So I have the weirdest perspective on this game because it's the first Zelda game I pre-ordered, so clearly I was excited for it. And on one hand, I loved it. It's a great game. It's a terrible sequel, if that makes any sense. I love the story. I like what it does with it, but the continuity and it being advertised as a sequel feels kind of false advertising to me. And I get that it does have some references to the previous game, but it doesn't feel like it's worth really the 6 years of wait that we had. I'm not really saying like Majora's Mask was great because it only took a year, because I wouldn't wish any developers to have that crunch time ever again. But that was a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time, but I think that game had much more legs to stand on with the fact that nobody knew Link because it was a whole different world. With Tears of the Kingdom, it was always marketed as a sequel, and I thought that was a great excuse for them to really hone in the fact that the first game happened. And I don't think they really did that enough. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely. I mean, I get what you're saying. There was quite a bit there. It was a terrible sequel. I think that I would agree in certain regards. I think that, a sequel, and this is just, I'm going to let everybody go, but I'm just commenting on that a little bit. I think that one of the biggest disappointments to me personally, in regards to it being a sequel, ironically, is how similar it is to Breath of the Wild as far as gameplay is concerned.
It's very derivative and not in a good way.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing. It's like, yes, we were all expecting that. Like, we all knew it was going to be in the same Hyrule. But the question was, where are we going to go from here? I don't think anybody would have been, 100% excited about just doing the same shrines in the same world of Hyrule. So, obviously, everybody was expecting something more. And they did advertise something more.
And to an extent, we did get something more, but I don't think we got $70 more, if that makes sense.
And of course, that's going to be kind of... well, I mean, I've said it ever since the game released. I think that the best way to experience Tears of the Kingdom is like one of my buddies. His name's Skylar. He's been a buddy of mine for a while. He actually did not like Breath of the Wild. I think he did still beat Breath of the Wild, but he wasn't the biggest fan. But Tears of the Kingdom, oh boy, that was his bread and butter. And I think that's like I'm sorry, my dog is barking over there, but I think that's like the best way to experience Tears of the Kingdom is on its own. Anyway, Andres, go for it. I'm going to mute while he's freaking out.
All right. Some general thoughts on Tears of the Kingdom. So my general thoughts are more positive than a lot of the people, a lot of the discussion about Tears of the Kingdom. And it's not that I disagree with a lot of the criticisms. I think the game is such a good game that when I see that the criticisms are like the prevalent discussion, I feel like some people who are looking in from the outside might have like a perspective that this game's kind of bad. But Tears of the Kingdom is one of the best games ever made, and I think most people will agree with that. And I think, kind of like just thinking about it, right? Like, I think Zelda fans have such a high expectation of Zelda, especially when we wait such a long time, that we really scrutinize every little bit, and we want the series to be as good as it can be, right? So, and I think this does happen to an extent per Zelda. And we can definitely later maybe jump more into that debate about should this one be more scrutinized than others. But it kind of does happen to some extent. And I guess, like, getting to my just overall thoughts on Tears of the Kingdom, every time a major Zelda game is coming, I have that anticipation for a couple of years, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be the best game ever made, right? I felt that way for Twilight Princess. I felt that way for Skyward Sword. I felt that way for Breath of the Wild. And I felt that way for Tears of the Kingdom. And every time I played each game, I personally wasn't disappointed. I loved each one. Each game brought me basically to tears when I beat the game. So I love each of them. And when it comes to Tears of the Kingdom, I feel like my opinion is definitely something that's going to develop over time. And I think that's actually important when it comes to Zelda. It's not just about that initial playthrough. It's kind of how we receive and revisit that game as the years progress. And I'll even say that now I currently consider Breath of the Wild to be my personal favorite Zelda game. But you know, that took 5 to 6 years. It took that wait between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for me to come to that conclusion. And so it's going to be interesting for me when I revisit Tears of the Kingdom, especially because we even had an interview where Onuma, the producer of the series, talks about how he encourages us to try playing the game again because we might feel differently about the game when we have like a slightly different perspective on it. But anyways, like, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom for me, you know, it delivered in a lot of ways, right? There's a lot of things I wanted them to do to address after Breath of the Wild, and I thought they kind of did that. But obviously, you know, there's still more they can do. But like when I got to experience the Wind Temple, right? And I got to see the boss, to me, that was such a big moment because it was a little bit of bringing back old Zelda, right? Like the big giant bosses. And even though I love the direction of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because I personally actually do agree with the direction. I think adventure should be the focus. It was nice seeing them starting to try to incorporate some of those other elements within this open air structure. So seeing the wind dungeon, I loved. The boss, I loved. The bosses in general, I loved. I loved just everything, right? Including the Lightning Temple. The Lightning Temple, that to me felt more classic Zelda, but also
I agree.
Yeah, but I also fell in love with the tiers, right? The sky and the underground. I do love the loop they try to create there, and I mean, I could go on and on about the different things I loved about the game, but I'm very high on it. I actually am very happy they brought back Ganondorf, and I really like the way they handled him. But yeah, it's a fantastic game. But I'm gonna let you guys talk for a little bit.
No, that was a great. Those were some awesome thoughts, and that's one of the. I mean, one of the first things that you said there is legitimately why I wanted to put this together so badly, because I feel that, you know, I feel that if people from the outside looking in only see like the debate going on, they might think, yeah, this might not be a great game objectively. And you can go back on my channel and look it up, you know, like do the research. I have always said that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are objectively amazing games. And I don't think anybody can debate that. I don't think it's possible to debate that.
It'll happen.
It will happen, yes, but anything that's debatable is subjective, you know? Do you like this style of cooking? Do you like this style of combat? Stuff like that. Objectively, there is so much to explore and so much that you can do. How can it not be considered great, right? Mm-hmm. So I've voiced some of my criticisms for the game, as I'm sure you know. So yeah, I think that was one of the. That was a very good answer, is what I'm trying to say.
Appreciate
now,
it,
Alex. I know, you got some thoughts over there. I know you do. We did have a super chat question, I believe. So let's go. And by the way, not pointing any fingers. I think someone's mic is picking up the breath, and it's kind of. Just be aware of that. Anyway, but we do have a super chat question.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries at all. No worries at all. Granddaddy Otaku says, for the panel, is it possible to say that Breath of the Wild and specifically Tears are great games, but not necessarily perfect games? P.S. My name is Andres too. And there's the super chat right there. I'm just going to go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and answer that one. I think that in and of itself is debatable. I think that the previous group we had been talking a lot about what makes a Zelda game. And there are a lot of people out there that view Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild as 100% awesome Zelda games. And there are a lot of people who do not. So anyway, I think that is debatable. But the one thing that's not is that they are great games in general. But anyway, all right. We got that out of the way. Mr. Alex, what are your thoughts?
So I've had a really rocky history with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't outright love Breath of the Wild at the start. I didn't really get it back then. So fast forward like 3 years later into the pandemic, I revisited the game and I'm like, oh my goodness, this game is actually really good. I'm not sure why I didn't catch
something
that
very
first.
similar. Yeah.
The revisiting, I'm telling you, it's definitely a thing.
Yeah. So when I played the game all over again, 3 times in fact, I was like, this world's really fascinating, and I just got so invested in the world they created in this game. So my feelings for Tears of the Kingdom were pre-made because of that, including Age of Calamity that came out the same year. It's like, oh, I love this world so much. Like, they're going to add so much more to Tears of the Kingdom. And then I kind of felt like I was left a little dry when Tears of the Kingdom came out. I'm like, what happened to this? What happened to this? Stuff like that. So, but just to pedal back a little bit, I went into Tears of the Kingdom and I was really excited because this is a brand new Zelda game for the first time in like a couple years, you know. It started off really incredible because the first part of the game is amazingly exciting. As someone who likes the story in Zelda, like you start off really strong with the opening, like underground, finding Ganondorf, and then everything happens. And then things kind of get slower and slower, and you know, it's just, I feel like, you know what, I probably should just like focus on the gameplay and just see how it is in that perspective. And it really hits hard with the gameplay. The gameplay is really incredible. You can tell the dev team in Aonuma worked really hard on this game from a gameplay perspective, and that's where I appreciate it a lot. The story, though, I kind of felt like I missed a lot from that, which I can delve into later. But so my relationship with Tears of the Kingdom is a little, you know, rocky. It's just,
yeah,
I liked it, but I wish there was more, you know.
I'm kind of curious though, right? Because you mentioned like if at first you didn't love Breath of the Wild, but when you went back to it, you started to like really appreciate it more. Do you feel like there's a chance that may happen for Tears of the Kingdom?
That ultimately depends. Breath of the Wild, what Breath of the Wild had going for it was not only the base game but the DLC, and the DLC really helped me enjoy the story a bit more because I got to learn about these characters. And if there was DLC for Tears of the Kingdom where we learn more about our fellow sages or the ancestors, that'd be really cool. But we're not getting that, according to Aonuma. So
multiple times.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So
yeah.
So it's like the extended content helped me like enjoy the game more. So.
And I think Breath of the Wild also had originality in its favor, right? The fact that it was a completely new approach to understanding Zelda. Some people might have like that first impression that might be, you know, a bit weird to some, but if you know how to approach it, you might understand what it's trying to communicate. And then once you do understand that communication, everything starts to feel like it makes sense. But Tears of the Kingdom will forever live with Breath of the Wild's shadow. Sorry,
Breath of the Shadow.
Breath of the Wild.
The next game.
Yeah, right. With Breath of the Wild's shadow on top of it, right? Because it would always be living in its comparisons. It's not going to be a completely original experience. And I think this extends to how the gameplay was handled and how the story was written in comparison to Breath of the Wild. A lot of things, I don't want to anticipate my point here, but it definitely feels like Tears of the Kingdom has a lot of derivation. I think like it's very derivative of Breath of the Wild, so it's harder for a revisit to change our mind compared to Breath of the Wild, I think.
Mhm.
I think I also sorry, one more thing.
Yeah,
I
you're
think
good.
I also made the slight error in replaying a majority of Breath of the Wild just before Tears of the Kingdom came out. So I'm like, I kind of got burnt out really fast from playing it. So I was like, I should have done that.
I mean, I also said the derivative thing, and a lot of people, like I heard Conrad earlier talking about that, and that's true. But I'd argue Majora's Mask is incredibly derivative, but I still have it on its own two legs compared to Ocarina of Time because of how different it is. Even though the engine's the exact same, and one could argue it plays more similar to Ocarina than Tears of the Kingdom does to Breath of the Wild.
Agreed on
I
that
would agree
front.
with that.
And that's like the only direct sequel I can think of that's like the same engine. I mean, I guess Triforce Heroes, but that doesn't really count in my book. So that game, I'm always going to bring it up because it's the closest thing that Tears of the Kingdom is to a Zelda game. I think Majora's Mask is to Ocarina as Tears of the Kingdom is to Breath. And the difference, though, is I find that Majora's Mask, even though it was made in like literally a year, has much more. It was much more willing to be different than Ocarina, even though it plays the exact same. If that makes sense.
I think it's derivative in the right spots. I think
In a
that
good
would
way,
be
yeah.
the exactly like it maintains the mechanics, the core mechanics of movement, how you control Link, how the game is structured in terms of like dungeon, but in terms of like the storytelling itself, the thematic presentation,
Yeah.
everything else, it's all completely original.
Yeah,
So
I think it
that's
does.
the
Yeah,
difference.
yeah, I think it does what Tears of the Kingdom failed to do in that it expanded on Ocarina's main problems. And I don't think Tears of the Kingdom did that enough. I think it did with the dungeons, even though they weren't perfect. I did like a lot of them though. It did with the bosses, but it did not do it with the weapon durability. It did not do it with the story, and it did not do it with the exploration, in my opinion. Even though, I mean, Breath of the Wild's exploration is amazing, I felt Tears of the Kingdom was very lackluster.
I'll give you a little bit of pushback with the weapon durability. It's not that I disagree entirely. Personally, the weapon durability never bothered me, but I do.
It didn't really bother me. Yeah,
but I do think that Fuse was incorporated in part to kind of make weapon durability less of a problem because you can extend your duper durability through Fuse. Now, I will say I've spoken to a lot of people that hated the weapon durability, and I think like Fuse doesn't seem to. It was their attempt to maybe remedy the problem. I think a lot of people who hated the durability element still hated it after Fuse. But I just want to say that technically they did incorporate Fuse to try and remedy that.
But I also feel like they put a band-aid on a wound that they made because they made all the weapons rusted.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like,
yeah.
I mean, I don't mind it. You know, it's like I didn't even mind the weapon durability thing because I think it actually did make the game better in not Ocarina, in Breath of the Wild. And I still expected it in Tears of the Kingdom, but I find like they just made it worse to fix it.
I have a totally like off the wall complaint about the Fuse system that has nothing to do with anything we're talking about.
I want to hear it.
I don't appreciate how the weapons look. They're all rusted and they have mushrooms stuck in the end. Bruh. Like, I'm sorry. It's the stupidest thing to bother me, but it bothers me a little bit, you know. It's like you can go out of your way to get even the Master Sword, you know, like the Master Sword looks cool, right? It does. Like, obviously it's the Master Sword, and then now it's got these dope as hell looking like green runes on it. Like, what? It looks really cool. But then you just like stick something on there, and every time that you pull it out, it like transforms into that thing, and it's just weapons. And then, you know, Link walking around with a wooden shield with a big old rock on it, or with, you know, just it literally this is the weapon design in the game. You know what I mean? And the weapon, but just imagine that the chapstick is rusted as hell. So anyway, that has nothing to do with anything. I just wanted to throw that out there. That it looks a little odd, and the only reason why I brought that up is because like my brother he's a huge, like, grew up same way that I did, right? But he kind of he plays a different kind of game than I do. We do like Zelda. We like the older Zeldas. But I kid you not, one of his reasons for not playing Tears of the Kingdom is that he's like, Link looks goofy running around, man. And I'm like, oh. I mean, like, I didn't necessarily think to myself, you know, that would be something that prevents someone from playing a game. But you never know, you know. So for some people, they just don't want to run around with mushroom sticks. But
Are you telling me
it's
you're
just
telling
not
me-
inviting.
Yeah, you're telling me you don't mess with the Master Sword with the big box on it? Dang.
no, not yet. My tech is not there. But you know, I
Yeah.
feel like I'm scaling. You know, I'm getting there.
Mhm.
Uh,
I remember
it's
one
funny,
time.
though. Well, you go.
This is really quick. One time when I first got the game, I fused a wooden shield to a Zonite battery, and it was a useless item. I didn't. So I thought the battery would do something for the shield, and it was just a big brick. I couldn't even see shield surf with it. And I still have it in my inventory. I just haven't used it because it sucks.
By the way, we have had a couple super chats come through. They didn't have
Wait.
questions involved. I just wanted to say thank you to them. So anyway, sorry, go on.
No, I before move, I don't know if you were going to move on to the next question, but I didn't provide my answer to the first question yet.
Oh, sure. Sorry.
I just wanted to no problem. I just wanted to take the opportunity of the weapon design that you guys brought forward here to illustrate a bit of what I think of the game. So I guess the game seems to, in my opinion, take a step forward, but 2 steps backwards in other things.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way I could put Tears of the Kingdom. So basically, I guess I find myself, I don't know, maybe social media gives us a different impression of how many people actually agree with you on certain things or not. But I'm under the impression that I'm in a small percentage of the people who take Breath of the Wild as like this S-tier Zelda experience. I really think that Breath of the Wild is actually fantastic. I think that even the storytelling in it is actually phenomenal. There is a lot of criticism that people apply to it, but I think that has a lot more to do with how people experience the story between the long stretches of exploration versus the actual contents of the story itself. And I think that despite this grandiosity from Breath of the Wild, I feel like Tears of the Kingdom is a massive step down. So I feel like there are a lot of people who try to box Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom together as if they're the same kind of experience. I am vehemently against that notion. I actually think that they are designed in very different philosophies, and I think that makes a huge difference. For example,
you go.
I think that the very notion of how to tell their stories are polar opposites to each other. For example, if you have a non-linear story through memories that are being told in Breath of the Wild, you basically get a notion of Link's past and what happened to this post-apocalyptic world through a very organic way of understanding these events. Like when you remember your past, you don't remember them necessarily in a linear fashion. Sometimes you see different things that bring you these different memories, right? But Tears of the Kingdom is trying to be a linear story integrated in a non-linear world.
Yeah.
So you are getting a lot of crucial plot points that are being given in moments that ruin the punchlines. For example, like you might start the quest knowing where Zelda was until you suddenly stumble upon a point where you realize that Queen Sonia met her terrible fate. I don't know how much spoilers we can talk about here in the podcast.
It's been a year.
Yeah.
I think most of us, everyone here is like a hardcore like Zelda fan, right?
Yeah, I think
so
most of the viewers on a subject like this will be fine, I think.
Yeah.
So like I feel like these important moments, like they would hit so much harder if they would follow a linear progression. I think that that's how storytelling normatively works. Yep. Like there were a lot of discussions in the previous group about, subjectively I think this, etc. But there are certain artistic norms that exist regardless of how you feel. And of course, you might value these norms or you don't. That's fine. Yeah, I understand that people have these different opinions and you are free to have them. But I am personally somebody who believes in the artistic merit of these norms. and it strikes me as incredibly poor in when you have a story that's linear, but you're trying to still stick so hard to the notion that player freedom is so important that it doesn't matter if we have this linear system, we have to deliver them non-linearly. So the problem that a lot of people were levying unjustly, in my opinion, to Breath of the Wild about how its story is too subtle, it's too short, like the way it's handled, it's hard to invest. I feel like this is much stronger the case here, because even if you watch the cutscenes together in the order that you find them, without exploring in between, just watch back to back, you will still go through a lot of whiplash. There's a lot of tonal inconsistencies between these scenes that they are important to be experienced in the order that they want. This is precisely as well why when you start the game, Pura actually tells you there is a suggestion of the order of places you should go. This is not something that you really got in Breath of the Wild. The only thing you got was, go to Kakariko Village. At least you have some idea of the places you have to go, but the game allows you to have that freedom. But in Tears of the Kingdom, it's very clear from the dialogue that the developers were conscious that the freedom was actually working against its own design. And I think that hurts it a lot. Even in dungeon design as well, this idea of open-endedness and linearity destroyed some of the dungeon design. The fire temple is a disgrace. If you have the moment that you remember that you have ascend, it's done. It's gone. The challenge is completely gone. So
I love the theming. I hated that dungeon though.
Exactly. So so there comes a point where you start asking yourself, how good did Tears of the Kingdom honor the idea of what makes a Zelda game? And I feel like Breath of the Wild did a fantastic job, even if the dungeon, the visual direction within the Divine Beasts were very, similar to each other. I understand the importance of different looking places, everything having a lore to itself, but at least they still had a conscious progression of puzzles where you have to go from point A to point B, you have to fight a boss, you needed to use your head, but in a way that doesn't break the progression. In Tears of the Kingdom, I felt like they were so obsessed with giving all the tools to the player that they forgot that it is important to have limitations. That's pretty much my view on the game, basically. I have so much to say about this game. I'm sorry, I don't want to extend, but that's basically the general gist. I feel like that's basically what I feel.
So go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to follow up as a Tears of the Kingdom defender, if that's all right. I don't know. Am I the only one that's on the high end of Tears of the Kingdom as opposed to the low end?
No one's attacking, no one's defending. We're just all a bunch of pals.
Well, I say Tears of the Kingdom defender, right? Because
the most conflicted I've been on a game that's still a 9 out of 10 for me. It's so hard to describe.
Yeah. The thing is, as a Tears of the Kingdom defender, right? Everything you said, I don't think is false, right? I think we played the same game, and I saw the same objective things you did. I maybe have received them a bit differently, right? But I still see the same things you did, and I do agree to an extent. The way the story was handled, I think it could have been different. I agree with the point that the story is actually good, but it's maybe not presented in the best way. I agree with that.
Wait. You're talking about Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom?
I'm talking about Tears of the Kingdom.
Both for me.
Okay, honestly. Because Tears of the Kingdom, I never said that the story is good, by the way. Just letting you know.
I know. I'm not. That point is not your point, right? That's just piggybacking off of the prior group. But I think the story is good. But I think it has its challenges the way it's presented. It's a really simple thing they could have done. They literally could have kept the glyphs the way they were, and I feel like they're so symbolic and vague that they could have just given you the cutscenes in order.
Yeah.
Even though it would just be, if this was your second glyph, you experience the second cutscene. If it's your fourth glyph, you experience the fourth cutscene. And I think that would have been a little bit better. But I think it's interesting to talk about out of order storytelling and that not really fitting here, because I remember when Breath of the Wild came out and I heard about that they were going to do the memories, And at first, I was actually really excited about that because I'm a Pulp Fiction fan, right? Like I love Pulp Fiction, and it's maybe one of the best ways to tell a story out of order. And so that's what I kind of thought they were going for with Breath of the Wild. But after experiencing Breath of the Wild, I don't think they did a great job of it. But something that I think is interesting about like Tears of the Kingdom, because I think there's a lot of things that they made improvements on. I feel like the dialogue, the voice acting, and just the overall scripting of the cutscenes in Tears of the Kingdom on their own individual parts, right? If you want to argue that the connectedness between them, there's some issues there, that's a whole other discussion. But like each individual cutscene in Tears of the Kingdom, I think has an overall better presentation and quality than what we saw in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, even though Tears of the Kingdom, so I only have a few minutes, so I'm going to have to leave the stream soon, unfortunately, so I just wanted to say a couple things. I love every Zelda game, like there's none that I don't like. Breath of the Wild is my favorite 3D Zelda game. Tears of the Kingdom is my least favorite 3D Zelda game. But that doesn't mean it's bad at all. It's still like a 9 out of 10 to me. I don't think a lot of people have that opinion, but I will still stand by this, that the first 20 minutes of Tears of the Kingdom is my favorite Zelda intro because that's the Link and Zelda that you played as in the first game. Or not Zelda, but you know what I mean. That you met in the first game. You got to know them. And this is before I found out that nobody remembers you. So just having those two that do have the history from the first game, and this new game doesn't retcon their history at least. It's so cool seeing
kind of actually
in the beginning before Rauru and all that. It doesn't really. So I was like, this is so cool seeing these characters doing something without a threat yet a threat, and just having a new story with them. I definitely really wish that Zelda was more of an active role in the story. Her existence was, but she wasn't, if that makes sense.
Hey, I'm not sure how much time you have. But
I have about 2 minutes.
Okay, well, we do have a super chat question that just came through. If you want to have a little bit of priority in answering that, since I know you're about to head out.
No problem.
We've got RJ saying, no Triforce lore is what hurts the most for me, especially when Malice, Sheik Attack, and Zonai Magic could have been so perfect for Power, Wisdom, and Courage. What is each of y'all's biggest lore letdowns? And we're going to go starting with you, and we'll each get a turn on this one.
Yeah,
so lore letdowns.
Lore letdowns. Well, when it comes to just being connected to Breath of the Wild, I don't like the argument that the tech served its purpose, because it served its purpose 10,000 years ago and it didn't disappear, and it was just buried away. I think the easiest way to just make it work in Tears of the Kingdom is have the destroyed remnants of Sheik Attack at the depths. That's the easiest thing they could have done, and it would have been perfect. Lore letdown in general would be the lack of any Triforce stuff, because I agree the Malice, Sheik Attack, and Zonai stuff is like amazing for the Trinity. Especially because Breath of the Wild does reference the Triforce with Zelda's light powers. Tears of the Kingdom does not at all. It just kind of retcons it into being her rewind ability.
Her dragon family.
Her dragon,
That's basically it.
So yeah, in general, I hate what Tears of the Kingdom means for their timeline. I don't even want to get into that, because a lot of the actual stuff that happens in the past in Tears of the Kingdom literally undoes what happens in Breath of the Wild, but it doesn't really talk about that.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're good. The first thing that comes to mind for me is the shrines. The shrines wouldn't exist in the past in Tears of the Kingdom. I get that. That makes sense. But if you look in the actual, like the Sheikah shrines. Sorry, I should have specified. But if you look in the past cutscenes or memories or whatever in Tears of the Kingdom, the Zonai shrines are there, which makes no sense because Breath of the Wild, they would have been there then. If that, you know what I mean?
But the cloud barrier. No, I'm just kidding. In an interview, which is it's very odd that these days we get Zelda lore from interviews.
I know.
But it's just kind of what's happening now.
That says a lot. That says a lot, actually, about how the game delivered the lore, actually. We have to go through externalities to actually understand the game instead of how it always was before. So, yeah.
Well, and it was kind of similar with Breath of the Wild with the creating a champion. But I was going to say, apparently, the lore behind that is that there is a shrine created, and you might already know this, but there's a shrine created in every spot where Sonia and Rauru have defeated a demon. And the shrine sits there and that swirl of green light is just expelling the evil And so that's the lore behind that. They went around, but you're absolutely right. Where are they in Breath of the Wild? Right.
Like, even if they're not, I understand if they're not active yet because the events of Tears of the Kingdom's intro didn't happen, but it should be the same as like the shrines and the memories of Breath of the Wild, where they're inactive but they're still sitting there. You know.
No, you're
And
absolutely right.
it's just a tall rock. I mean,
It is, and we're at the point to where all of the jargon answers to explain it away, a la Shikatek, Thanos snaps out of existence. You know, like at this point, I would not be surprised if it was like the Zonitex snapped out and then back in because of X, Y,
Yeah.
Z. The thing is, we're at the I keep hitting my Mac. The thing is, we're at the point now to where it's like,
Poor Mike.
That's just, I know I am abusing this thing live, but we're at the point now to where like nobody really cares about that. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, tell me what else, you know, happened that just snapped all this in and out of existence. Cool. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Well,
anyway,
I do unfortunately gotta go because I have
Hey,
work for capitalism.
Tell people one more time what your channel is, and then you can go ahead and head out.
Yeah, I have 2 channels, but I'm just gonna link my gaming channel. It's called Nikdrawsart. It's with a K. There's no C in it, so it's Nikflix. I only have a couple YouTube shorts uploaded now, but I'm working on a big retrospective of the first Super Mario Brothers game, and I hope you guys watch.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for being on, man. Have a good
Of course.
time at work.
Great. I won't, but thank you. Great to meet you guys.
Take care.
Mr. Alex, I feel like you have been particularly quiet. So let's throw this to you. What is your biggest lore letdown of Tears of the Kingdom?
Yeah, I shouldn't want to interrupt anybody talking because everyone's cooking really good stuff.
I know, everybody's just cooking. It smells awesome.
So yeah, I think I have to echo the same thing with the Triforce, but honestly, we haven't seen that actively involved with the Wild era anyway, except for when Zelda does something with her powers, but that still kind of like goes under the radar. But the other thing that I kind of wanted more was like the history and like the essence of what Minoru told us about draconification and like how that plays a part in their and amongst their people, and like clearly it's happened before because it's been forbidden for a reason, and like she's given us the lore here, like I want more. Yeah. And I'm just like,
well, and the elephant in the room is we've been seeing these mysterious dragons in the sky since Breath of the Wild, and like I feel like those are 3 giant dragon-sized elephants in the room. So who are they, right? You know, like who's Dinral, Farosh, whatever, and
Roche.
Farosh. You know, I always pronounce them wrong, which is why I was like,
well,
okay,
their names have changed. Yeah.
I made a crackpot theory, and I wish it got talked about more because I feel like we don't talk about.
Is it the goddesses?
No, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Well, maybe I don't know, but it's like I was reading the descriptions about each of the dragons in Tears of the Kingdom because that's the only place I'm going to get information about these characters and these creatures. And I remember reading each of them like they are a protector or a guardian of something, and I'm thinking, what could they be protecting or guarding? And I told my fellow people at ZU at Taco Bell one day, I was thinking like, what if they're protecting a piece of the Triforce? And I'm like, maybe, but at this point, no one cares.
I mean, like, I like it. Anything that would bring the Triforce back, to be honest. I'm going to quickly interject to mine, and then we'll get to you guys. My biggest lore. So, like, a lot of my issues with Tears of the Kingdom are, you know, I'm one of the old fans, right? So a lot of them are based on like how it changed the franchise. I like a lot of what they brought. All of my rant videos, right? There are plenty of things that I like about Tears of the Kingdom, but one of the things that I find it very hard to forgive are just the various changes to the lore of the franchise. And in my opinion, that's the entire reason it's in the same franchise. If you know, like if we're just operating based off of different rules every game that comes out, then why is it still a Legend of Zelda game lore wise? You know what I mean? In universe wise, not talking about like, well, it's got the best darn puzzles out there. I'm talking about like the Triforce has always been, for instance, a literal physical relic that can literally be broken like a Dorito chip, for instance, if, you know, people need to hide it away from, you know, the powers that be, whatever. And when it is broken, and I mean legitimately the individual pieces can be broken, but when they're separated, they can each, you know, be implanted, right, into people for safekeeping, whatever. We all know this about the Triforce. It's been a thing since Zelda 2, when the Triforce began appearing on Link's hand, even though that was for a different reason. That concept existed all throughout the franchise. The Master Sword, for instance, the Ganondorf was superpowered by the Triforce in Twilight Princess, and nothing could kill this man except for the Master Sword, right? So it's like the Master Sword is this ultimate power, the Triforce is this ultimate power, but then Breath of the Wild comes out and the Master Sword is a like rechargeable flashlight that just breaks, and then you got to recharge it again. And then the Triforce itself, in the first place, where is it? We don't know. In the second place, a lot of people say, oh, it's in Zelda now. You hear that silence?
I don't fully agree with that. No.
It's like, what do you mean it's in Zelda? And they're like, that's it's in Zelda. Yeah, it's what gives her powers. Yeah.
Well,
like,
I mean, I don't. So actually, right? I just thought you were gonna continue going, so that's why I didn't say anything. But you know, and yeah, it's again, you know, a lot of things that you guys bring up, I don't necessarily disagree with, right? It just maybe doesn't bother me as much, right?
Yeah. Of course.
And like for me, Zelda games, when it comes to the story, the theorizing, it's always like a puzzle, or let me even call it like an impossible puzzle. So for me, it's always fun, and I personally enjoy like considering different perspectives, right? Like, so like, you know, I might talk about one theory and then 2 weeks later I'll talk about another theory that's entirely contradictory to the first theory, right? Like, and for me, it's just kind of like going through different scenarios and finding what maybe best fits. And so for me, that's just what's fun about it, right? So like when I see these
too. Absolutely.
Yeah. But I guess for me, right, when I see like a plot hole, right, for me, that's just, all right, well, how can we make it fit? Right. And so, but I guess maybe the problem is that maybe for too many people, it's too hard to make it fit. Right. Like,
well, if it's
you have
too
to
much
do a
of a
lot
plot
of
hole. Well, for instance, the Shikatek, right? If it's too. Okay, you know, let's use a different example. What about just Ganondorf? Just Ganondorf in general.
Sure.
Being the enigma that he is in Tears of the Kingdom. Just hating the good guys because he hates the good guys. Which is literally about all we know about him. If they had given
I'll argue.
Sure.
I made a little video about Ganondorf in Tears of the Kingdom, right? And now this also extends into my theory that not necessarily the answer that this is the first Ganondorf, right? But I look at Ganondorf, right, and I think you do want to pull from like the other Ganondorfs. Well, the one Ganondorf, and then there was like the one top.
There was the Four Swords Adventures Ganondorf, which nobody really talks about.
Yeah, but I think a lot of like, just like speaking on like Ganondorf, I feel like also he had Kotake and Koeme in Tears of the Kingdom, which I thought was interesting, and I kind of theorized
just there.
Right, they're just there. Like, so if just for the record, for a lore letdown, not seeing more from them. I would have wanted to see more from them.
Just Ganondorf, cool. Gerudo, his surrogate mothers, all that stuff.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I love thinking that they are the same Kotake and Koeme before Ocarina of Time. Like, to me, that's the most exciting. Go on. What were you saying?
There's a crackpot theory that myself and my buddy Rand, who's going to be on in the next group, who, by the way, we're going to have to wrap up for, and I know that you've been waiting there, the Hylian. So let's get through this real quick. But a crackpot theory that myself and my buddy came up with was that Kotake and Koome create Ganondorfs, and that's what they do through dark powers, and that could explain his ears being different. That could explain him already having, right. And so that could also explain why they look younger there, because maybe that flashback is actually before the Ocarina of Time Ganondorf. Anyway, the
thing is, I love that, right? Because I mean, there's different ways you can interpret things, right? But just from this perspective, like, I like thinking of them just the younger versions, right, before we see Ocarina of Time, and then like maybe you're right, like it's just maybe a clone, or It's just another reincarnation that they were like, all right, this is the next male. Let's
right.
let's
That's exactly
mold
it. Also
him
goes
to be
into
our
the 100-year creation, or I'm sorry, the 100-year existence of a male heir in the Gerudo, and why it also stopped after the last Ganondorf, according to creating a champion. But anyway, I'm going to stop that subject right there, and we're going to let the Hylian talk about the lore letdown. And then we're going to come back to you. Then we're going to do outros. Sorry, guys, this is my own fault. But anyway, the Hylian, what is your lore letdown?
Well, that's actually a hard question to answer. I'm not exactly sure how I can. So I would say, okay. I think I would have to give some context to this because some people, I'm not exactly sure how many people share this view about the series, but one of the things that I've always admired about The Legend of Zelda was how it handled, in terms of writing, time travel in the series. The very timeline, how it exists, I know that it's obviously prone to discussions. A lot of people don't agree on how the timeline looks. Some people think everything is the same legend. Still, I don't know how people think that, but there are still a bunch of people who think it's all the same legend. But one of the most important moments in the series was when, in Ocarina of Time, Zelda sends Link to the past, right? So because of that decision, that character-driven moment that defines Princess Zelda as a character and allowing Link to live years of happiness that he lost, that brought consequences to her and the world, right? So there was a lot of problems. There were consequences to these decisions through time travel, right? So every time there is a significant change in the past, there's always a branch off from that. Like it has to respect this rule for Ocarina of Time's story to have its gravitas moving forward. That's why it's a series. So Zelda was always writing in linear fashion. Okay. Now with Tears of the Kingdom, it seems to me like they really didn't give a crap about how time mechanics work in The Legend of Zelda. So a lot of people here were saying how amazing the opening is, and I agree. I don't want to sound all negative about the game, by the way. I know I've been saying negative things all the time here, but the opening had a fantastic tone. It was epic and everything, and I was right on track with that as well. But the thing that really caught me off guard was how it played into the cyclical nature of time travel instead of the linear way that it always were. So basically, it was always meant to be that Zelda would be sent to the past and that Link would be in the future, and somehow this was never a thing in the series before, but the person in the future can interact with somebody from the past because the Master Sword wields itself a gate to be sent to the future, to the past. Link giving Zelda the sword to her to heal it. So it seems very arbitrary. The way that time travel was written in Tears of the Kingdom is kind of, it's a subdued aspect of the lore, I recognize, but it's also a thing that affects past games directly, because if time can be cyclical this way, then Zelda's decision in Ocarina of Time loses its strength, in my opinion. So it has to have a purpose. It has to have a meaning behind these time travels. So I think that Zelda always being meant to be in the past and doing all these things, it should have had the twist kind of like Skyward Sword with the whole false prophecy, the past was different, but they created this legend so that eventually they could change the past and create a new future. That's how the series was, the story was built up from. So I think my biggest letdown was basically this. They introduced time travel in a story like this where I think it didn't need to, and the way they introduced it in the story doesn't make sense with what happened prior. So yeah, I think that's the biggest one for me. Maybe I don't know if it's clear to you guys. I don't know if it's confusing, but if you have any questions, I can try to answer.
No, that was good. We are unfortunately on time, so let's go over to you, Andres, and then we'll do outros.
Sure. What point are we speaking on? Just the whole
You didn't
lore?
have a chance to say
Yeah,
if
I
you
mean,
did
yeah,
have a lore
I
letdown.
right, like, so I'll say, I kind of questioned why do we have to have a topic where it's just talking about our letdowns of the lore, right?
You're right. You're right. This was
You know,
I believe this was a super chat question.
No, and
So you know
it's
what?
not a bad question, just for the
Let's-
record, right?
Well, I tell you
But-
what. Go ahead and do your letdown, and then maybe your favorite addition to the lore, and then we'll do outros.
Okay, right. I'll just I'll go back to the Kotake. I said Koame, but I think you were like Koime. How do we pronounce Koime?
I just say Koume because
Koume.
hey, listen, people dog me all the time
Koume, yeah.
for my pronunciations, but on their names specifically, they are just like that is just how you pronounce the katakana used to
Sure.
spell their name. It's Koume, so I just say Koume.
That makes
But it's-
sense.
When I was a kid, I said Kaume, so there's that.
Oh man, so like it's funny because I live in Miami, right? And so there's a part of Miami that's called Hialeah, and so Lake Hialeah, as a kid, I used to pronounce it as Lake Hialeah.
Hialeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
It's not how I see it now, but it's just kind of funny. But yeah, I'll stick with that lore letdown. Just wanting to see more for certain characters that we didn't get, and I'll kind of extend that a little bit. The one story thing that I'll actually like kind of agree is bad is the retelling of the Imprisoning War several times.
Demon King, Secret Stone. Secret
Exactly.
Stone, Demon King. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, but exactly. I that feels like such a missed opportunity to have had like a unique cutscene that was relevant to each region, right? Like maybe we could have gone a flashback that kind of gave us a little bit more context and maybe the internal struggle in the Gerudo region between like the good Gerudo and the Gerudo that were following Ganondorf. That would have been really cool, right? Or maybe for the Rito, maybe we could have gotten some extra lore on, the giant. What's the name of the boat? The Ark. That was. The wind,
Rito
the
one?
wind,
I don't
yeah,
remember.
the wind temple, right?
But
But
yeah, I
like
know what
it's
you're
supposed to
talking
be like a part of their history, right? So
Mhm.
it would have maybe been cool if we saw like some more context on that in the past. And so that feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity. Basically, I wanted more story, right? I wanted to fill in more of those gaps.
All right, so let's go ahead and just do outros. We are at 2 minutes over. So where can we find more of you, Mr. Andres?
Yeah, AndresRestart. I talk about Nintendo every day. It's mostly, it's a combination of news and theories. Right now, there's like not a lot of new Nintendo games, so it's more kind of like investigative work. Oh, when's Switch 2 coming out? Right? Are we gonna finally see Metroid Prime 4? Stuff like
I
that.
love
But
stuff.
yeah, it's what I do.
Awesome. And where can we see more of you, Mr. Alex?
You can see me at Twitter, Signet Alex, or you can see me post things on Zelda Universe on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and then Zeldathon at Zeldathon.
Fantastic. And finally, the Hylian making your debut on the channel. Where can we see more of you?
Yeah, you can find me here on YouTube, the Hylian. You can search for me and A Living Legacy with my series on Final Fantasy VII, and just going to release now the Super Smash Brothers video. And you can find me as well on Twitter with the handle TheHylian64.
Fantastic. Guys, thank you all so much for being on. Seriously, I enjoyed... I'm not going to say if I enjoyed one group more than another, but I enjoyed... I just enjoyed this a lot. This was a lot of very good conversation. Thank you.
For sure. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'll see you all around.
Enjoy.
Yeah, see you, man.
See you around.
All right, guys, let me get the next group going. Hey, look, it's only 4 minutes past. We're fine. We're great. We're great. We're doing phenomenally. All right, so let us go ahead and do. Let me see what the next group is. Like I said, this one is a group that I'm very excited for. We've got Monster Maze. We've got my buddy Ran. We've got Zelda lore. And I hope everybody's still good. I was trying to, like, you might have seen me glancing over there a little bit. I was trying to get people, inform people that we were going a little bit over. Anyway, okay, so here is the group DM video. Okay. God, look who it is.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing? Okay, so let's see. We've got cameras on
stream.
for Mr. Maze.
I'm hearing double.
You're hearing double on me or on me?
No, that's just on my end. I had the
okay.
stream running in the background.
Oh, there you go. I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
I had
no,
that
I
same
thought I
problem.
fixed it. And I think we are waiting
No, you totally
on
did.
Zelda lore. But
No, I'm here. It's just the camera is not loading for some reason.
Oh, I see. Discord's little dots had me confused. So I think we're all here. I think we're all here. So, awesome. Let's go ahead and get some intros out of the way. Everybody should, if you've been on the channel for a while, you should know Monster Maze. We've done quite a bit together. But, Mr. Monster Maze, who are you? What are you all about?
I am Dawn, aka Monster Maze, and I make Zelda videos predominantly here on YouTube. So yeah, that's about it.
There it is.
I'm trying to branch out still, but I haven't decided the direction just yet. Maybe Elden Ring DLC will.
So you're waiting on that Elden Ring DLC, same as me. I know.
Yeah, of course.
All right, going in order, LoruleanHistorian. Who are you? What are you about?
All right. So, hello everyone. My name is LoruleanHistorian. I've gone by a bunch of other names in the past. I previously had a YouTube channel. Not that it got off the ground very, very much, but it was TPL Medora. I've since just rebranded to myself. But yeah, I do translations. I do theories, lots and lots of theories, lots of debates, lots of discussions. I know a lot of our friends here. I've interacted with most of our friends here today, and yeah, I've been a fan for a long time, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I have heard your name just whispered amongst the elite for like a long time as being behind a lot of some pretty big theories out there, right? I think you've helped with. Of course, I'm not trying to oust anybody, but I think credit is a good thing, right? I think you had a hand in like some Nintendo Black Crisis videos. Am I correct? Right. Cool. So very cool. Awesome to have you on. Ran.
Hi.
Sir. Hi. You're on the channel.
I am.
How does that feel?
Weird.
No, you guys have probably heard his name quite a bit. We've done a lot of videos together. One of the most popular videos on the channel, the Second Sword video, was crafted really pretty much primarily between Ran and myself. So he's a huge W. But go ahead and introduce yourself, sir.
I'm Ran, also known as LoruleanHistorian. I'm Bandit's Discord mod over in the Hideout, where I stand there and make fun of people all day. But not really.
No, not really.
Well, it depends on who you ask, I guess. But I've been embroiled in the Zelda warfare trenches since I was about 12. Back on the old Zelda wikis and, well, before the Zelda wikis, on Zelda Universe and Zelda.com. Zelda Power, you name it, I was there reading theories, learning them, and now I pester Bandit whenever I get an idea, and here we are.
And hey, I'm here for it. And now, finally, last but definitely not least, Mr. Zelda Lore. I, for one, have had a ball just keeping up with your takes on Twitter. We seem to have a lot of similar thoughts about a lot of things, but go ahead and let us know what you are all about.
So I'm a content creator that focuses on, well, Zelda lore. That's my name. And also theorizing and basically talking about The Legend of Zelda. It's a series that I absolutely adore. And when it comes to the stories and the game design and the gameplay of them, it's just, I love talking about them. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Cool. Awesome. So we're going to dive right into it because time management is something that I'm just terrible at. But I would like to just go ahead and ask you guys what you thought of Tears of the Kingdom. And let's start with you, Mr. Don.
I thought it was okay.
It was okay. So what did you think about its improvements over Breath of the Wild?
I think the mechanics are definitely probably a nice little like evolution on the Zelda franchise as a whole. I don't see myself playing any other Zelda game in the future and not have things like, Ascend and Fuse, and
Yeah, it's gonna
they're
be so
just
hard going forward.
Yeah, I had that same feeling with the paraglider and spider wall climbing in Breath of the Wild. I was like, how are we ever going to have another Zelda game without that? It's so freeing. It's so awesome. So yeah, that part I definitely did like. I'm not a big fan of the story. Well, that we already know that. I'm not a big fan of the story. I'm not a huge fan of the gameplay loop and the way they handle it, exploration in the game. I think there's a lot to improve there too. Especially having played other games in the meantime, just the rewards, the environmental storytelling. There's a lot to be improved over it. Like for me, it's a solid 7 out of 10, which is not bad. A 7 out of 10 nowadays is equal to trash in some people's minds, but that's just not true. If I got a 7 on my math quiz back in the day, I would jump for joy. So a 7 is a good number.
A 7
it's
out
just
of 100? No, I'm just kidding.
A 7 out of 10. Oh yeah, of course. Here in Europe, we don't have A+, B+, and all that crap.
Oh really?
we just have 0 to 10. 0 is you got every end. Yeah. That's how we grade stuff.
Nice.
So
nice. That seems much simpler. We've got 100 of those darn points here in the States, and you know what? Each one of them are annoying. But anyway, all right. I'm sorry. Were you done with that, or?
Well, I was just gonna say, lastly, is not every Zelda game has to be a perfect 10 out of 10. Sometimes I think it's healthy for a series to do some stuff that might not work in the end, but at least you tried something new or you tried something else, and we'll see where the formula will be taken to next. But for now, I think it's okay. It's okay. That's pretty much it
it's
for now.
not breaking anything, right? But it's
we'll get into more details about all that stuff now. But I want to give the others a chance to talk. So
sure. And Lorulean, you're up next for your thoughts on the game, and you also won the Super Chat lottery. Hey, I willed it into existence on the stream again. There's a Super Chat question that you can also answer. It is, do you think the lack of item progression in dungeons to fight bosses and get to places makes Zelda less Zelda? So feel free to loop that into your thoughts if you would like to. But take it away.
Okay. All right. Well, so I really enjoyed this game. I really enjoyed Breath of the Wild as well. In fact, I've spent probably well over 1,000 hours in Breath of the Wild, and at least half of that so far in Tears of the Kingdom. There's obviously a lot of issues. It's not perfect in any way. None of the games have been perfect. Even the ones that we have nostalgia glasses for, like, for me, Ocarina of Time and The Wind Waker, like, The Wind Waker is one of my favorites. Neither of them are perfect, like, 11 out of 10, like, no flaws whatsoever. But they're all still enjoyable, and they all hit certain criteria and certain points, in my opinion, that make them all great games. So they're great despite their flaws. With Tears of the Kingdom, story progression, definitely a big one. I've noted that there are NPCs and certain things that sort of help to guide you to get the dragon tears in a certain order, especially once you get to the Forgotten Temple. They're all the glyphs are there in order on the wall. They're there on the map, so it's like, oh, so this is where I should go if I want to get this, and this. This is how to get it. Same with Pura telling Link, you've got to go here first, and then you should go here, and then go here, and like she'll say like, oh, you shouldn't go to Gerudo Desert yet. You're not really prepared, or whatnot. Like if you were trying to just start out, which is great. I mean, the game is trying to be very open world, very easy and explorable, but also they're
there are certain things that you kind of want to get in order, but you can do it out of order. Like, that's totally your choice, but we suggest this. And a lot of people don't do that because it doesn't make sense. You're going, say, to the Hebrew region. Well, you see a bunch of geoglyphs, you're going to get all the geoglyphs there, even though some of them, if you looked at the map, are completely out of order, which then completely messes up the suspense and the anticipation from that story that you're receiving. So that's the biggest flaw that I've found in the game. Obviously, there's a bunch of littler ones here and there, but I overlook a lot of those, and I still love the story, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, story progression absolutely needs to be, if they try to do this again in the future, maybe rework that a little bit.
For sure. All right, Ran, you are up next, and you also, I think that's just what I'm going to do with these super chat questions, is they're just going to fall to the next person. So how did you feel about Tears of the Kingdom? Also, RJ has a question. If you had to shoehorn Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom into the already existing timeline, how would you do it? Is it an alternate? Well, is it an alternate pocket world like Link's Awakening or Majora's Mask, the result of a timeline convergence, maybe a divine retcon? How would you do that?
So you're telling me, out of like 10 people we've had so far, I get the timeline question?
Hey man,
seriously?
It's the luck of the draw. It's the luck of the draw, man. Yes, and everybody's listening, so you know.
No pressure.
Simple.
No pressure.
If I had to shoehorn Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild into the timeline, I put them at the end of the child timeline, so far into the future that the events of Ocarina of Time, Skyward Sword, everything have faded back into just an era of sheer myth. Obviously, with the Temple of Time being memorialized as it did, and the Forgotten Temple being, I think it was supposed to be like a shrine for pilgrimage for people to honor the heroes and whatnot. So with that being where it is at the end of the child timeline, it suddenly makes sense where there's all these different like pieces of armor, like the big Goron sword and the Fierce Deity's mask, Majora's mask, all that fun stuff that's been locked away and sealed and hidden in a vault and then stolen and then apparently gets refound in the depths, which makes no sense. But that's where I would put that. And then as for how I feel about Tears of the Kingdom, I think it was perfect, but not for the same reason that everyone else thinks it was or wasn't. Years and years and years ago, Mr. Miyamoto did an interview where he said that the original inspiration for The Legend of Zelda was from his time playing in the woods near his house and his childhood, and just imagining all these creative scenarios where he's saving a princess or fighting a dragon. And if you go into every single Zelda game with this in mind, every game is going to be fantastic. Because think about it, you are Link. Even the name, you are the link between the character or the story and you. That is you. That is your avatar. And as you play through the game, and when you're playing Tears of the Kingdom and you're standing before Ganondorf, you should be seeing that from Link's eyes to, your sword gets broken and you give him a little paper cut and suddenly you're being flung into the depths and all this other shenanigans and you're in the sky. So if you take that from your eyes looking at that, you're suddenly being thrusted into this world that you're familiar with, but there's some shenanigans going about. Whether it's, drugged rocks or, desert insect things that are eating everything and having all kinds of weird things going on. Or to I don't even remember what was happening with the Rito. It's been so long since I played that.
Blizzard.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the blizzard.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. The thing that completely ravaged the Midwest a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and I just flew out to New York just to dodge it.
Typical. But yeah, Tears of the Kingdom, I think, is... obviously it has its flaws, but its story is presented in basically two sections. You've got your Zelda story, you've got your Sage story, and you're experiencing both. Sure, they messed up quite a lot on the Sage area, that repeating the same story 4 times. Then you go to the Zelda side, which is, in my opinion, beautiful. The way they held everything in suspense with Zelda, and if you experience the way you're supposed to by following Impa Impa's trail to the different geoglyphs. It's written perfectly because you're seeing her struggles, her trauma, Sonya getting, punched in the back like this is Melee, or just the way they present it. And then that big reveal where she becomes a dragon and you're suddenly gripped with the absolute trauma that comes with, oh, Lord, she's been above our heads this entire time for well over 10,000 years. Yeah. Is she the same? What's her fate? You can't beat that. There's very few games, aside from Skyward Sword, that capture that same traumatic essence of, oh God, what's going on with Zelda? We don't know. And then we find out, and then, the whole big diving thing where you're reaching for her hand, and, even though the game sells out by not letting you guys splat to the ground, it just resets you back up top. It's just,
right.
It makes me sad in other ways. But, yeah.
But, yeah.
It's got its problems.
No. Very good thoughts, though. It's good to focus on, not just negativity for, not that opinions are wrong necessarily, but it's good to just, refreshing to hear some just good old love for the story in the game. But Mr. Zelda Lore, how did you feel about Tears of the Kingdom?
Oh boy, where to begin?
Wherever.
Oof. Okay. So I'm gonna divide it into two parts. I'm gonna talk about the gameplay and I'm gonna talk about the story. In terms of the story, huge disappointment. We know that the story is divided into two parts. We've got Zelda's story, which is in the past, and we got with the memories, and then we got the main quest. If you take the story of Zelda in isolation, it works perfectly, right? If you do it in order. The problem comes with the main quest and how the story in itself is delivered. Because on the one hand, you can do the story of collect the memories out of order, which ruins the entire plot completely. Because the entire plot revolves around the mystery of where is Zelda, and also where is Ganondorf, but that's sort of like at the end. And by getting the memories out of order, or getting them completely before you do anything of the main quest, you basically know everything. And the story, with all the characters, it basically has a big problem with characters omitting key information that they hold from you for the sake of the plot. Sake of the plot. For example, in this Great Sky Island, the first character that you meet, it's not Rauru, it's a construct, the one that gives you the Purapad. And it then directs you to the Temple of Time, and it's like, maybe you meet Zelda there, If you watch the memories, that construct saw Zelda become a dragon. And then it just acts like it didn't know everything. When you talk to Rauru all across the Great Sky Island, at no point that he then explained anything that happened in the past, and he's very vague about where Zelda is and everything, instead of just explaining everything to you, because, the entire plot revolves around the mystery. And then if Link learns everything about what happened to Zelda, he's very selective about who he tells. For example, he tells Impa, and then she goes to Kakariko to try and figure out a way of how to reverse if there's any way of reversing the draconification. But then when he goes to Pura, who's the key person leading the entire investigation, or he goes to Pen, who's doing an investigation around all of Hyrule, trying to ask questions of where she is, or any other character like the Sages, he just stays silent. He doesn't say anything to them, so he just completely ruins the immersion in that regard. In terms of Ganondorf, oh my god, Ganondorf is it completely ruined Ganondorf. And I'm talking specifically with what's established in Breath of the Wild. Because in Breath of the Wild and Creating a Champion, they go in detail about the origin of Calamity Ganon, and they're very explicit about it. They basically tell us that it is Ocarina of Time Ganondorf, very explicitly. That he was defeated by the Hero of Time and the Princess and the Sages, which included Ruto, and then he was sealed away, and over countless generations and eras, he was revived again and again and again, and fought a hero and a princess throughout many years, and then he eventually lost control and became the Calamity. That was established. So when we got the trailer for Tears of the Kingdom, the first one, where we saw Ganondorf underground, and we saw Ganondorf was sealed, and we basically connected the dots, and we said, oh my god, he's underneath Hyrule Castle, because even King Rome told us that the Calamity rose from underneath Hyrule Castle. We saw his rounded ears, and we saw those are the ears from Ocarina of Time Ganondorf. This is Ocarina of Time Ganondorf. And then we go to Tears of the Kingdom. So we go to Tears of the Kingdom, and then it's just completely separated from everything. It just feels like a completely separate character when it was not set up that way. And it isn't just expectation from us fans that's saying, oh, Ganondorf has to be this way because we believe it. No, it's something that they set up and then just completely disregarded. And it destroys Ganondorf as a character because Ganondorf, and it's also ties with Forces Adventures, that game, that the explanation they gave in the book, it really angers me because it goes against what Ganondorf is as a concept. Ganondorf is the embodiment of grudge, and his whole point is that he refuses to stay dead. No matter if he gets killed, no matter if he gets sealed, he will always come back with a vengeance. So this is something that Miyamoto himself said in an interview, and I'll read it. And this is an excerpt from Haruhi's story himself, and it's direct words from Miyamoto. Even though Ganon is fantastic. Yeah. So even though Ganon is defeated time and time again, he is evil incarnate and will come back time and time again with a vengeance. Each time, when the world is blanketed in evil, a young boy and a girl will be born. Link's adventures will go on for as long as you continue to love this world, and so on. So he's very explicit about that. And even creating a champion is the same thing. They explain how Ganon, the same being, returns again and again and again and again in a cycle with no end, which ties to Demise and his whole deal. So either with Tears of the Kingdom, they just completely ignored basically made it so that this is a completely new Ganondorf, which completely destroys the whole concept, or Ganondorf has severe case of amnesia, one or the other. And the thing is, the art of the game, which we can all agree is really cool, right? The way that they introduce Ganondorf
Everybody
into...
loves the start.
It teases us so hard with basically the connections to the past. Because when they reach the mural, they mention the imprisoning war, and we instantly think, oh my god, adding to the past. There's no way they're doing this. They're connecting everything. Then when we reach Ganondorf, when he wakes up, the first things that he says, Zelda, and you who carry the fragile sword, Link. So instantly you say, he remembers them. He knows them. And with the added lore from Breath of the Wild, you know that he knows them because he's fought them. That's the whole point. And then he mentions Rauru, and you go, oh my god, they're doing this. They're making the connections. And then when you get to the Sky Island, you see, oh, Rauru, oh, he's just a goat guy. Oh, he's the first king of Hyrule, nobody, okay, completely different. Ganondorf, oh, he's just a random guy. Is he the same guy? Maybe, maybe not. Because even if in his design, he has those characteristics from the Gerudo of Ocarina of Time. And then if you look at the other Gerudo, they have pointed ears and green eyes, but Ganondorf has the amber eyes and rounded ears from the Gerudo from Ocarina of Time. So you could wiggle that in and say that he's still that Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time, but then there's the question of why doesn't he recognize the Master Sword? Why doesn't he know of Link and Zelda? Why doesn't he have the motivation of getting the Triforce? Nothing. It's just like his mind is completely white, you know?
Yeah, which is weird. If I can interject 1 second, like I always imagined Ganondorf. Like if I had to make a comparison, I would kind of compare him to Dracula, because like Dracula he works on a kind of a similar principle. It's always the same guy. It's always the same. You can kill him, you can do all kinds of stuff to him, burn him to ash, but there's always a way to bring him back. Either mix his ash with blood and he will revive again. So he's just like this almost ageless being that just keeps on persisting and retains his memories, still knows everything, like thousands and thousands of years into the future. He still knows. It's almost like a curse also for himself, because he's basically eternally conscious in a way. And I always felt that, like with Ganondorf, that's kind of a similar principle. You know, after he got he started out as a normal guy, a mortal man, a thief, and then because of the Triforce of Power, Demise's curse, all that kind of stuff, he was kind of like Demise's ultimate candidate. Yeah, I think even some of the books say that, like he's the guy with the most potency to carry on the demon curse. So yeah, it's always been that way where he does. It's always the same Ganondorf. If you see him again, it's the same guy. Ever since Ocarina of Time, it's going to be the same guy. Sometimes he will appear as only Ganon, and I think in the Oracle games, his mind is like corrupted or wiped because they didn't. They tried to revive him through a ritual, but the ritual was halted halfway through, so he was just this mindless beast with no. And then, of course, in Link Between Worlds, he's been used by Yuga. Yuga merges with him, and it becomes Yuga Ganon, which I also thought was a cool idea. Just a guy who takes advantage of that curse to absorb that power for himself. But yeah, Ganondorf in this game, we don't really know who he is here. He's just a guy. He's back, but he doesn't remember anything. He's just another Gerudo king called Ganondorf once again, and that's fine if it's a standalone title. I've seen some people in the chat mention that before. Like, it's a standalone. Okay, fine. If it's a standalone, we'll just have to deal with that and just accept that the age of trying to connect all the games is going to be over. Which I think it's a shame, but if that's the way they want to go, fine.
Well, I think one of the things that you and I have talked about before has been its connections to Breath of the Wild, like its own predecessor. Because Tears of the Kingdom can never truly be a standalone because it's supposed to be a sequel to Breath of the Wild, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, of course,
everybody knows that. You know,
let's say those two games exist in a vacuum.
But
let's just pretend.
It's like Zelda Universe. Zelda Lore just said Ganondorf's backstory in Breath of the Wild is not the same as it is in Tears of the Kingdom. Because in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, or is it? Okay, there we have an or is it. Please give us a different perspective here.
Okay, so barring creating a
Why
champion,
right
because
you're gonna mention the what Impa says, right? In Tears of the
what
Kingdom?
Impa and Rome both say in Breath of the Wild and in Tears of the Kingdom, and also what we get from Urbosa's spirit. Okay, so Rome mentions that when we're gazing upon Calamity Ganon circling around the castle, he says, Calamity Ganon's true form, the Demon King was born into this kingdom, but his transformation through malice created the horror we see now.
Into malice.
Yeah, through in Japanese, into in English. Either way, it's a transformation that relates around his hatred and his grudge. Like you said, it's eternal. It's always going on. Impa mentions kind of the same thing. She kind of reiterates it, that the history of the royal family of Hyrule is also a history of Calamity Ganon, that he's a primal evil, he's endured over the ages. They're always fighting against him. Urbosa mentions that Ganon once adopted the form of a Gerudo. In Japanese, she says something more along the lines of, he was once a Gerudo. So obviously that makes us think, okay, Ganondorf, Ganon, of course, that's the origin. Rome also mentioned something about the source being under Hyrule Castle. So, that's the basis we have with Breath of the Wild. He was a Gerudo. He transformed into something in some way through malice or into malice. He's constantly haunted Hyrule. And he was somewhere deep below the castle. Those are the 4 points that we get, okay? Tears of the Kingdom, we're exploring under Hyrule Castle. Of course, we come upon this mummified corpse of a man, and he awakens, and all hell breaks loose. And so then we start to get little bits and pieces of the story. So Impa, again, much later on, she mentions that the Calamity is a transformation or a incarnation of the Demon King's hatred and malice. So the Demon King, of course, is the term that they use specifically to refer to Ganondorf. Zelda mentions that as in the first 2 minutes of the game. This figure is only ever referred to as the Demon King. It's the same Demon King that Rome was talking about as well. So all of it cycles back. So we're given this information, little bits and pieces here and there that seem to correlate to one another. The only thing that doesn't is when we include creating a champion. Now, creating a champion has an amazing array of resources and information in it. I love it. But now here's the thing. It's just like Hyrule Historia and just like the Zelda Encyclopedia. It has development quotes. It has concept art. It has
Let me bring a development quote
lots.
Later.
It has lots of these points that are direct. We'll call them supplementary canon. That is directly from the developers. The rest of it is written from the perspective of these publishers who have a lot of this information and are making their best guesses, trying to connect it, just like we do. They're basically theorists, but they have access to more resources right off the bat. So from what they had at the time, the only information that they could connect it to would be Ocarina of Time, because that's the Ganondorf that we all know and love. At least in my opinion, that's the only one that they could really connect to, because that was the only one we knew of at the time. They didn't have information on this particular story, clearly, that they gave to these publishers. Also, with any of the other publications, if new information comes to light in a game after, or new games come out, a lot of that information ends up getting retconned because it isn't as fluid or dynamic as the games themselves. So we expected to get X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile, in the background, they were already like, here's A, B, C, and here's D. So it doesn't connect in that way. But that's because we and those publishers didn't have all of the facts. We didn't have all of the information. We made lots of guesses based on what we had at the time, and we didn't have this further information.
I think that there's a lot
Counter argument.
Well, I was going to say,
Well,
I think that there's a lot of truth in what you said, but I also think and I'll get right to you, Zelda Lore. I do think that it's a very slippery slope when we begin to herald only game and Word of God as canon. We've got a lot of external media for all sorts of franchises that are considered canon. And there are all sorts of, I'm talking all sorts of franchises. Five Nights at Freddy's, Star Wars, you name it, Lord of the Rings, And so there are a lot of, maybe not Lord of the Rings, but actually, yes, Lord of the Rings. It's like, what I'm trying to say is there are always going to be multiple hands involved in the creation of something that could be considered canon. It's like, if it's not the Word of God from like Aonuma, or really an argument could be made then, maybe Aonuma doesn't know because he's not the one who created it. If it's not Miyamoto's word himself, is everything debatable as far as canon is concerned? It's a slippery slope, because on the same, and on the flip side, we've got Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and all sorts of references to all sorts of things that are pseudo-canon. Is that actually, the Breach of Demise over there? Or is that actually Lon Lon Ranch? Or, the list goes on and on. There are all sorts of, or is that actually the Majora's Mask sitting in that chest right there? It's debatable. It's pseudo-canon is the word that I use for it, because it's like, right, we have to debate if it's legitimately really happening. The canon of Breath of the Wild is that Link found the Majora's Mask underneath the ruins in this one river, and then a few years later he found it, he lost it, and then found it again, in the depths. It's like, what is canon, what isn't? You know what I mean? To me personally, unless I see something that blatantly, disregards. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I take established canon more impactfully than new canon, especially when the new canon might not agree with the majority of what came before. But that's also kind of a personal thing, I think. I think that that's the very reason why what is and isn't canon is debatable. But anyway, that's just my little interjection. I think Zelda Lore, you had some thoughts directly on what he said there.
Actually,
No, but,
can I chime in first?
You can. You have been
sure.
talking. Yeah.
So, Zelda Lore, you mentioned earlier that this being a new Ganondorf would completely destroy the whole incarnation thing, right?
Yeah.
Something similar to that?
You're gonna talk about Forces Adventures?
Yes, but also no. So you are correct. I am going to talk about Four Swords Adventures. Now, that is a different Ganondorf. I mean, that is confirmed from what... Hold on. Let me get there. Come on now. Keep it clean. But no, it's a different Ganondorf. And if we have to use, say, Historia or Encyclopedia or creating a champion for the basis of our debates, which realistically I think we should, what do historians and archaeologists do as they research things? They pull from any available sources and they cross-reference to what's known. So if the creators of Hyrule Historia are looking at these things and then they determine that, okay, this Ganondorf is a new Ganondorf born into this tribe of all female warriors who more or less just let him do his thing because they think he'll just die in the pyramid anyway. And then that same book also tells us that the hatred from Twilight Princess Ganondorf was reborn into Dark Link. It sort of keeps the same premise that we're seeing in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom with Ganondorf. Am I wrong? Because malice, Ganondorf's pure hatred resulted in the formation of Dark Link in Four Swords Adventures. If I'm understanding that right. I could be wrong. But that sort of follows the same line of thinking that they use for Breath of the Wild. Sure, we have a new Ganondorf, but with the old similar hatreds of the malice which created Dark Link and Calamity Ganon. It establishes a precedent to which the games have a footing on, more or less.
Okay, I'm gonna deconstruct the whole concept of a second Ganondorf existing in Forces Adventures with developer quotes. So first of all, the whole placement of the whole idea of a second Ganondorf existing is due to where they place the game in the timeline. But I genuinely don't understand why they placed it there, because not only there's two things that I want to point out. First of all, the game itself. That's very explicit in where the game takes place in the timeline. At the very start of the game, it tells you that it's immediately after the events of Four Swords, after Vati is defeated, and there is no time in between the two games. People believe that there was peace that had returned to Hyrule, and immediately after, dark clouds began to cover the clouds, the skies of Hyrule, leading straight to Four Swords Adventures. It's the same Link and the same Zelda in the Four Swords and Four Swords Adventures. Aonuma, when Four Swords Adventures released, stated this. The Game Boy Advance Four Swords Zelda is what we're thinking as the oldest tale in the Zelda timeline when it released. So this was before Minish Cap released and before Skyward Sword. With this one in the GameCube, Four Swords Adventures being a sequel to that and taking place sometime after that. So in Aonuma's words, this game took place before Ocarina of Time, both of them. When Four Swords released, it was packed with A Link to the Past. And Ganondorf at the end of Four Swords Adventures is sealed within the Four Sword, right? Mm-hmm. In Four Swords Adventures, the re-release, they added an entire new dungeon that included the Four Sword. And in that dungeon, the Four Sword is shattered into 4 pieces. We know that seals in the series never last forever. So inevitably, like Vati, Ganon would break free. And that game was also serves as a prequel to A Link to the Past. It serves as a lot of origins to a lot of aspects, like the trident that Ganondorf wielded. There are
definitely a lot of Easter eggs in that game, yeah.
We meet the creators of the Bombos and Quake medallions that we later use in A Link to the Past, which are mages that very specifically say, we created these medallions. And there we meet the Knights of Hyrule, who later die during the conflict with Ganon in the Sealing War. It all leads up to A Link to the Past, including the art style. It's a perfect blend between the style of Four Swords and A Link to the Past. It's a transition in its art style. I don't believe at all that the Ganondorf is a second incarnation. at all. I don't. It just goes against everything that Ganondorf establishes. Because even when Ganondorf is killed in Zelda 2 and A Link to the Past, he always ends up reviving. If he just reincarnates into something else, at what point would he do that? Because centuries pass between incarnations, between revivals, and he always just is the same guy. Even in Twilight Princess, he dies several times, and he just always comes back. When he gets killed by the Master Sword, by the Sword of the Sages, he dies and then revived by the Triforce. When he's sent to the Twilight Realm, he becomes a spirit of malice. That's his second death. And then revives. Sant says he's reborn into the world of light. Then he's killed by Midna, and he's killed by Link when in beast form, he becomes the spirit again. Then Ganondorf kills Midna and then regains his form, and then finally killed by Link with the Master Sword. So he dies and revives in that game several times as well. That's basically Ganondorf as a concept. He just refuses to stay dead. Even in Breath of the Wild, when Ganondorf becomes the Calamity, the Dark Beast Ganon, and this was mistranslated in the English version. In the Japanese version, he says, Ganon refuses to give up on reincarnation. He always comes back.
So, guys, I am loving this debate on Ganondorf. I'm going to take it back to Tears of the Kingdom. And honestly, this is fantastic stuff. Seriously, from every single one of you. But we're going to take it back to Tears of the Kingdom, and I'm actually going to get Monster Maze to chime in here because I don't want him to fall asleep. You know, I'm looking at him and I see him nodding off.
No, I'm good. I'm fascinated.
When it comes to
taking in all the
carried away.
No. Seriously, very good stuff. But I'm just gonna kind of guide it back. Did you have any thoughts about that? If not, I'm gonna move on to the next question.
Who, me?
Yes, sir.
Oh no, I was just about to say, like, obviously there's a lot of timeline stuff that we can debate and can talk about, but let's focus on the story as a standalone thing for a moment, and or at the very least together with Breath of the Wild, because it's a continuation. Right. So let's take that era and just focus on that for a moment.
And there were a few super chats that came through which were questions, but we're steering back to Tears of the Kingdom, so we're not going to get to those at this time. But anyway, I wanted to say this is another opinion piece. What is your favorite thing that makes a Zelda game? And then
oh god.
Yeah, and then I'll contrast that with what is your favorite thing about Tears of the Kingdom?
Yeah, that's a hard one, because Zelda is very flexible, I feel. Even the name doesn't necessarily, like, a lot of games have established a certain thing, a certain shtick, where as long as they stay within that, it makes sense. But then suddenly you cannot have a Fallout game without it being post-apocalyptic, know, or The Last of Us without the post-apocalyptic. What an annoying word, post-apocalyptic. Yeah,
I'm gonna say it 10 times fast.
Yeah. Oh my god. But like with Zelda has done that, but it's also done the more quaint fantasy kind of stuff. I could easily see a Zelda game that takes place a little bit more close to our technological age. Like, it's already starting to make that step a little bit with the Sheikah Slate, and which is basically an iPhone or an iPad, if you if you want to call it that. So it's very flexible as a series. The Legend of Zelda can mean anything to me.
I agree.
It's just I guess the sense of adventure is that's always what's been, for me at least, one of the main points of playing a Zelda game. Dungeon crawling is a big thing for me. Meeting characters. That's one reason why I think you cannot really say this is a Zelda game or this is not a Zelda game. I think in one of the previous groups you guys talked about that, like, is Tunic a Zelda-like? It's like, no, not really. I mean, it has the overview and like the overhead view, and it has a sword, and he's even got a little green outfit on. But the spirit of Zelda is very difficult to define. You can copy certain like gameplay elements from it for sure, just like you can make any game into a Metroidvania type of game. But with Zelda, for me personally, it's always been the sense of adventure, just exploring a world. And the problem is there's a lot of games that do that nowadays, so it's getting harder and harder to be original in this field. I
agree. It is a difficult world to continue to innovate within.
Yeah, and Zelda usually tries to remedy that with new mechanics, which are original. Before Breath of the Wild, there was no other game where you could climb literally anything, or at least not that I'm aware of. And now you got many, because now Genshin Impact is doing it, and other Zelda or Breath of the Wild type of inspired games are starting to do it.
I think we had Moxie Watts had a super chat come through about what games we've been playing since Tears of the Kingdom released, and I just had to mention Pal World. It's got like 10 million sales so far. Anyway, I don't want to deviate too much, but let me edit, because I was gonna ask, I was gonna have you contrast that with Tears of the Kingdom, but going forward, right, the future of Zelda, it's something that everybody's thinking about these days. How would you craft like the perfect, most ideal Zelda? Because like back in the day, right, when me personally, what I consider the golden era of Zelda has nothing to do with sales. Obviously, objectively, it's right now, because like Breath of the Wild alone has over 30 million units sold. Tears of the Kingdom raced up to, I don't know what it was, 13 or 14, and then it kind of plateaued.
Yeah, I mean,
the point
sales numbers, I hate sales numbers in general.
Right, exactly. But
using that as any comparison doesn't make any sense, because it depends on so many things. The success of the console it's on, whether it's cross-platform or not, that also makes a big difference. If your game is available on 5 systems, obviously you have a much bigger...
Breath of the Wild had a bunch of... it was released on 2 systems, right? And Tears of the Kingdom was released on only 1. And so, yeah, there's a lot of nuances there, like you were saying. But to me, as far as like the holy trinity of like story and gameplay and impact, to me personally is what I call the golden era of Zelda, and it would have been like Ocarina to Twilight, like Ocarina, Majora, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess. I loved any of those games. Can be my favorite, just depending on when you're talking to me, right? But the way that I view Zelda games back in those days was 90% like story innovation and just handling concepts that I just never thought about, and like 10% gameplay innovation. Because really, once they set the new precedent from like Ocarina of Time and 3D Zeldas, they didn't really... I mean, like Wind Waker had a big ocean, right? Exploration, but I'm talking about like legitimate new gameplay elements. But these days, it does feel like it is flipped. It feels like it's 90% gameplay innovation and 10% story innovation. I mean, as innovative as they were, or the biggest thing they did with the story was they were like, boom, it all happened 100 years ago. Plus, piece it together in a non-linear way. Have fun. But what do you think? Do you think that it's possible to have a 50-50 split in the future?
I think so, yeah. I don't see how a story can ever get in the way of gameplay. I just don't. And if the Zelda team genuinely is convinced that it is, then they're just wrong. Because there's games who've done it better. There are games who, plus they know that they have a very wide fan base, and not every fan base will have. I've talked about this before. It's like you have these different groups within a fan base who play a game. You have the speedrunners, you have the lore enthusiasts, you have whatever. You have all these groups. Right. Usually the ones who are the most devoted are also the most niche, because most people don't speedrun Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Most people don't. Like out of those millions of sales that they had, most of those people who play that game will just play the game, enjoy it, move on to the next game, And usually it's the speedrunning community, the lore community, those kinds of communities are the ones who keep the game alive for many, many years to come. Glitch hunters, all that kind of stuff. Modders, obviously, even though... yeah, it has nothing to do with the story necessarily, but you know, I've gotten so many comments of people saying stuff like, "You genuinely made me more hyped for Tears of the Kingdom over the years," and I actually got into Zelda and into the lore more because of channels like yours and Bandit Games and all, you know, all of us, Zeltic obviously. You know, so they know they have a big group of people who are very, very interested in the lore. And why not try to satisfy all of them? You know, why not at least try to give everyone a little piece of what they want? I'm not saying you have to give them exactly what they want, because I'm also a big believer in giving people what they didn't know they wanted. But, you know, Tears of the Kingdom, at least for me, made it very clear that they are not interested in telling big, deep lore and stories anymore. They are mostly focused on how can we create a very innovative game with a lot of unique mechanics. I think I would not be surprised if at least a third, or maybe even more, 2/3 of the total development time went into creating stuff like Ultra Hand and, you know, Ascend and all those crazy mechanics.
I would agree.
Yeah, which are very impressive, but why would you sacrifice a story for that too? Because there are ways to tell a story and give us lots of lore to work with for many, many years to come, while also having those gameplay elements. I'm sure that's possible. And, you know, you can do it in a way where the game itself doesn't get in the way of the lore. Elden Ring, for example, my first playthrough of Elden Ring, I didn't really interact with the lore all that much. I was way too into the game itself.
You're just trying to
survive, finding dungeons. It's such a good game, but it's only after I finished the game that I started looking up lore videos, started searching the world myself for lore, reading all the item description. That usually comes after. So I think it is possible, and Elden Ring has a lot of lore, but you don't have to interact with it. And I think starting with Breath of the Wild, they were like, at least Breath of the Wild still had a lot of environmental storytelling to make up for the main story, which was very simple, let's be honest. But Tears of the Kingdom, my biggest issue is just, why would you not want to do more like that? Because one of the biggest appealing things, or the biggest appeals of Breath of the Wild for me, was all the crazy stuff you found. You never knew what was going to be behind the next hill, and then you find some huge temple, or just a little house that's burned to the ground, and there's all these little trinkets hidden everywhere where you can kind of, piece together what would have happened there. You can literally follow every damaged guardian or broken down guardian all over the map and see exactly how the Great Calamity played out. Which I've done in one of my videos. It's fascinating. You can actually
great series there.
You can follow the path of destruction throughout the whole of Hyrule, where all the biggest battles took place. None of that is in Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom doesn't have that. A lot of it is either nonsensical or it's just not there. The depths are all the same gray buildings. There's no story there, aside from maybe one or two. But it's just a shame. It's just a shame, and I think they can do it, but they just chose not to for this game. And I hope they will do it for the next game. One failed opportunity does not ruin a whole franchise.
Of course, it's a stepping stone. And if there's one thing that Nintendo does with Zelda, is they step. Oh, hell, they do step. I will say a couple things real quick. We are just about out of time. So what we're going to do is we're going to go with this question through everybody, and then we'll do outros. And I also wanted to acknowledge to the chat that there are some super chats coming through, some questions. Since we're going to do what I just said, I'm going to save these questions for the next group, which will come on. Anyway, so Lorulean, craft for us, if you will, the perfect Zelda game.
Okay, so some of the things that I enjoy, which I would love to see again in the future, is using and like really utilizing items at like item progression as you go, not necessarily just like one-offs, because it kind of seems, I'd seen earlier with HMK, I do kind of agree. A lot of the ones in Twilight Princess did seem kind of one-off-ish. Like, you get the Dominion Rod, you use it for like 5 seconds after the temple, and then that's pretty much it. You don't really have to use it again. But actually utilizing items like bombs, claw shots, things like that that you can use to explore further, or to go back and say, hey, I'd seen this thing over here, but I couldn't quite get over there. I didn't know how to get up or over or through or whatnot. Like, besides just climbing, actually having something that would be sort of item locked until you had progressed far enough, gotten that thing, and then you go back and you explore something new in a place you'd kind of been through before. That way you're not just constantly moving from one area to the next and never really coming back. It kind of gives you more of an incentive to rediscover or re-explore things that you might not have gotten before.
Yeah, it's the concept of backtracking, right? And people hate on that a lot, but honestly, like, it works. You know, it
Very
can be done.
rewarding.
It can be done very well, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be done amazingly well, and especially if they have, you know, certain tidbits or NPCs or lore that you would get by going back to those areas after you had completed X, Y, or Z. I would believe that it would make you feel a little more invested. It would make you feel more immersed. So having that blend back, going back to that part of the formula and reapplying it into a future game. I also agree, getting closer to 50-50 with story versus gimmicks and gameplay mechanics. That's ideal. Even if they got like 40, if they got 40-60 or, you know, 20-70, you know, at least get a little bit closer. At least getting and aiming to get a little closer to that sort of middle range, because that would be perfect. But just a little bit more than what they've done. I think they definitely took a deep step back from focusing or integrating the story. Gameplay, thumbs up. It's been great. The story's great. Just the presentation definitely has fallen flat, in my opinion. So reintegrating and reinvigorating that going forward to have more story connections, more investing into the story and into the characters to make it feel more alive and more immersive, and having that backtracking and that sort of item progression, so it actually feels like you're going somewhere and you're accomplishing things. It's not just, oh, I have more heart containers or more stamina. It's actually like, I have an arsenal of stuff and I can do a lot more than I could do at the beginning. I think they have to bring that back, and that would help make the perfect Zelda game.
That's a very classic Zelda, and I love that answer. All right, Mr. Ran.
Yes. Sorry, I was completely mesmerized by Monster Maid's completely deadpan stare at the camera. But, you know,
I can do better.
He's got those icy blue eyes, man.
He does. It's like piercing right through me. It's scaring me a little. But no, if I had to build my perfect Zelda game, it would be with Ocarina of Time's item utilization and music, Twilight Princess's gameplay, Skyward Sword's story, and Breath of the Wild's scale and scope and environmental storytelling.
Ooh.
Nice.
That's about all I got for you. Otherwise,
No,
I'll sit here and
I
ramble
love
for 2
that.
hours.
I love that.
Okay, can I also quickly say one thing? Also, some maturity in the storytelling.
Ooh,
That's
Because I don't,
spicy.
because I do think they kind of lost that part just a little bit with the last two games, where
100%.
if I may quickly draw a comparison, like the stuff that you see in Majora's Mask, even if it's a side quest, you know, like the Anju and Cafe side quest, where it's so bittersweet and it's relatable and it's mature. It's very mature, because as a kid, I didn't really understand much. Like, I just wanted the mask that you get at the end of the quest. But when you start to think more about what the actual implication of that storyline is. You know, two lovers who are basically in a doomed world that's gonna end either way, but they just want to reunite together once again, and they kind of just face death together at the end, but at least they'll have each other. That kind of stuff, that's not really in Tears of the Kingdom, especially. There's not really that maturity to it. It almost feels very childlike, where one of the biggest side quests is just like two people are running for mayor and they cannot decide if they should go with cheese or mushroom clothing. You know, that's about it. Like it's very childish in a way, and I think
more
it's
slapstick.
Yeah, a little bit more slapstick. And I think Zelda, one of the cool things about Zelda is that children can handle mature storytelling, more gripping stuff that makes you think, because it makes you appreciate those games longer as you grow older. When you grow up, you will be you'll be revisiting it, and you'll be able to pick up on stuff that you didn't as a kid.
Case in point, Ocarina.
And the ability to pet dogs.
And the ability to
Bring that back.
Oh my god, that's the biggest sin of all.
Mr. Zelda lore, what have you got for us? Craft us a perfect game.
Okay, so in terms of, and it ties to the question of what makes a Zelda game, I view 4 key points in terms of perfect, what constitutes a Zelda game. So first of all is the exploration, being able to find secrets and uncover a world that you're exploring. The second is combat, being able to fight enemies in very cool and interesting ways. And I think Twilight Princess excelled at the combat in every aspect. It built upon what Ocarina of Time established, and then Wind Waker expanded on that, and then Twilight Princess really took it to the next level. In terms of not only you could do it, and when you compare it to Breath of the Wild, there's something that I've been looking at quite recently. There's you could do things in the older games like horizontal and vertical slashes. You could do jump attacks and all the stuff. You could cut signs in very specific ways. That wasn't just something that they introduced in Skyward Sword. And in fact, in Ocarina, Miyamoto wanted a more elaborate combat system, and then he dialed it back because he said, "Oh, I want the game to be easier than Mario 64," which was a really weird idea. But in Breath of the Wild, there's a lot of things that were in the past games that are lacking in terms of gameplay. Like there's not even, for example, underwater exploration. That's something that it should have been, especially in Tears of the Kingdom, with the caves and all that. They could have done submerged caves, and because the swimming in both Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword felt incredible. And they have with the Sora Helm, you have the spinning maneuver that was in Skyward Sword, but you can only do it on the surface, and it would make it so incredible to move. So then, of course, it's the puzzles. That's the other aspect that was first introduced in A Link to the Past. In Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, there wasn't really any puzzles, and so it's not really the core of Zelda, but it's a great way of coming up with interesting ways of solving things, and the way that they introduce items in certain dungeons to then solve certain puzzles. And this ties to the fourth and most important point, progression, which LoruleanHistorian touched upon. Zelda established what we now call the Metroidvania formula, or the Metroidvania structure.
Yeah.
Because Zelda really introduced the way the whole structure of you have to get an ability to then open up a new section of the map, or get into a new dungeon or whatever. And even in the first Zelda, you needed to get all the pieces of the Triforce to get to Ganon. You couldn't enter the final dungeon unless you had the pieces of the Triforce. In Breath of the Wild, everything is optional. You can go to Ganon at the start, and that eliminates any form of progression in terms of gameplay and story. All the abilities are given to you at the start. So there is the gameplay progression just stays completely stagnant throughout the entire experience, and it gets to a point that it's boring. I didn't complete Tears of the Kingdom 100% because I just got bored. And everything in the game, it's not rewarding. The side quests, they don't give you anything. What they give you, a chicken wing, a couple rupees, an elixir, nothing much. But they give you like food and stuff. They don't give you anything, right. or a piece of clothing. and then the Koroks as well. We all know the Koroks, the reward that they give you at the end. There's not much rewarding, even in the story. Why go to the dungeons if they don't progress anything regarding to the story? If you can just go to the final boss and beat the game, there's no build up in that regard at all. Not only in Link's abilities and strength, but also in the story, since everything is just built to be completely optional. And I think that part of the reason, and I did talk to you a little bit about that in DMs. It comes down to the climbing. When you give the player the ability to climb any surface right from the get-go, you eliminate any possibility to limit certain areas for the sake of progression, for the sake of the story, for the sake of letting the player focus on certain aspects. If you introduce climbing to games like Ocarina or Wind Waker or Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, it would completely destroy the stories and the structure and the progression that those games introduce by the very nature of how it works. But simultaneously, you can't also eliminate it because it feels great to climb every aspect. So what I would do is similar to what they do with the paraglider. They don't give you the paraglider at the start of the game, right? They give it as a reward. So what I would do is have the game start without climbing, like in all the games, which would allow for better level design, better puzzles, but more concrete design in general for the entire world. And then at some point in the world, somewhere or in the story, gain that ability to climb every surface. So you would be able to climb every surface like in Breath of the Wild, but you would also simultaneously have a more elaborate world that just feels more detailed, like in past games. So I recently played Twilight Princess, and I was exploring the first area, right, like up to the Forest Temple. And it just feels so different in the terms of how you explore the world. You don't get to climb and everything. I was thinking about, what if I could climb? What would happen? And in the intro, for example, certain things just wouldn't be possible. Like the children wouldn't be captured at a certain point. Farum Woods wouldn't be turned into Twilight. You would be able to go to the Forest Temple without even meeting Midna. So you would just get a few shots and be like, okay, what's this? You know, there would be some very key, important, crucial moments of the story that would just be eliminated. There would be no sense of progress, of motivation for Link to just go into the adventure whatsoever. So, restrictions are Yeah. What?
Oh, I was just saying, and that's just talking about lore-wise. You know,
no,
like the gameplay-wise, there's a reason why they remove climbing from all the shrines in both games. You know,
I was going to say that too.
Yeah.
But it's not just in the shrines. If you notice, even in Tears of the Kingdom, so you know the snowy area, right? Where there's a shrine at the top, and there's ice walls, and you can't climb those because they're slippery. So you have to you have to think of a creative way to get to the top by cutting the trees and then sticking them together and then creating like a makeshift wall, essentially. Another example in Breath of the Wild, there's a huge chasm that's separating you from the snowy mountain, and you have to cut down a tree to walk past that chasm, which doesn't involve climbing, but it's those little things that there are blocks in your path, and then you have to think creatively on how to progress. And something that I loved about the older games, that it's tied to this Metroidvania progression, is that when you find a block or an area that you can't progress, that you remember that. When you get a new ability later on, you then say, oh, I remember that, I'm going to go back to that. And then you uncover new stuff, and it's exciting because you say, oh, what's going to be in this area? You know, maybe there's like a blocked cave or whatever, and then you go inside and it's like, oh my god, it's so cool.
Yeah, that seems to be a design philosophy they kind of lost over the course of the development cycle. I don't know, the past few years. Is that that's probably gameplay wise, that's my biggest problem with both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Is they're both designed in a very specific way. When people say the depths are boring, for example, the depths are repetitive, they're too big, it's just all the same. It's not necessarily that the depths themselves are the problem, because the idea of the depths is very, very cool. Mm-hmm. But the way the game is designed is you can drop down anywhere inside the depths, no matter where, and you will encounter approximately the same things, the same kind of ruins, the same kind of enemies. Whatever happened to walking into an area where the enemies are so like far above what you're capable of and getting your ass handed to you? Like, for example, in the first Zelda game, if you wanted to, you could go to Death Mountain right away, if you know how. If you can, if you know the Lost Woods puzzle, you can get there. There's blue Lionels there that will, if you're still using your normal green outfit and a normal shield that doesn't block magic, you're screwed. You're good luck fighting that. You're gonna, and in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they kind of removed that part where the enemies scale up with you as you progress through the game, and I hate that. I think that's one of the most annoying things in video games. It's such a cheap way to increase difficulty. Like, I think it's fun to go back to enemies that you used to struggle with a lot and then disposing them really easily because you have better gear, you have a better sense of progression. I remember as a kid being, like in Ocarina of Time, for example, being super afraid of certain enemies that are in the beginning of the game because it was my first Zelda, so I had no idea how to beat them. Like the Dongos, for example, I don't know, I just or the Lizalfos. And later you feel like a god because suddenly you mastered the game, and those enemies don't stand a chance against you anymore because you yourself have progressed, but also your character has progressed and has grown stronger. And Breath of the Wild doesn't really work that way, and Tears of the Kingdom did the same thing, where it's just like everything in the world is designed to scale up with you, and you cannot really enter areas where you will be in much more danger than anywhere else. Maybe certain Lizalfos types are a little bit stronger. That's it. And it's all the same enemies everywhere. There's very few enemies that are native to one region. You will always find the same monster camps, the same type of rewards, the same things everywhere. And I think they should bring that sense of, if you're going to have an open world, then at least also it should have threats that if you do walk into the wrong area for a while, that you will be in much more danger than if you stick to the safe middle of the map or something like that,
Yeah. All right, not to just cap this and move on, but we are almost 20 over. So I'm going to go ahead and, again, totally my bad. I should, like, every one of these groups I could talk to, and we could talk for hours on end, and that's my bad. We'll probably have to do another one of these at some point. But let's go ahead and do outros. Let's just go back and start with you, Zelda Lore.
Well, I'm not really sure what to say.
Oh, yeah, tell us who you are and where we can see more of you. And
once again, I'm Zelda Lore. I am a content creator that makes content on YouTube primarily, where I cover the lore of the series and do theories and basically discuss everything related to the series as a whole, including in terms of game designing as well, and the way that the story is structured. For example, my most recent video is about the structure of storytelling and how to improve the storytelling in a series. So I try to be very varied in that regard. You can follow me on socials. I'm mainly on Twitter. So if you just look for Zelda Lore YT for YouTube, you can find me there. So yeah.
For very based takes. What's Twitter? I thought it was X. No, I'm just kidding. So, Mr. Ran, where can we see more from you?
Well, right now, for now, might be some things coming down the line at some point or another, but you can find me on Bandits Hideout, Bandits Discord server. I'm more than happy to talk whatever theories you got.
Yep, he's always there a-lurking.
Always. I've got nothing else to do. I'm a sad boy.
No, it's a happy thing. Lorulean, where can we see more of you?
So I spend a lot of time on Discord, and I'm in a lot of different Discord servers.
Yeah, pretty much all of them, right?
Pretty much. I think there's only a handful that I haven't gotten to yet, but for the most part, I'm in almost every Zelda community. So LoruleanHistorian. I also have social media. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. I have a Tumblr. They're all LoruleanHistorian or the LoruleanHistorian. Yes, actually, that's where I started out. A lot of my theories was on Tumblr, and that's where I used the name LoruleanHistorian first. Previously, it was always derivative of my name. So, like on DeviantArt, Mr. JM Zach, my initials and part of my last name. Lots of content, lots of theories, diagrams, art, translations, you name it, I've got it. Find me, talk shop, whatever you want.
Fantastic. And finally, last but certainly not least, Mr. Don, where can we see more of you, I wonder?
Here on YouTube, Monster Maze, Twitter at Monster Maze YT. I don't tweet a whole lot, and yes, I'm calling it Twitter. Elon will also never convince me to call it X because it's a stupid name.
It really is stupid.
But yeah.
Can we go back to MySpace?
Oh yes,
What if we
please.
called Twitter MySpace?
Perfect.
MySpace 2.
Yeah.
Electric
Can we still have
Yes.
like music playing on our profile pages like we used to?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, bring that
That
back.
was like the thing of MySpace. That was apparently a good idea back in the day. You would visit someone's profile and it would blast Blink 182 into your speakers all of a sudden because that's what they had in the background or something. Yeah, you cannot do that anymore.
Can you
Freedom
imagine
has
your
been-
profile getting shut down for a copyright strike? That would be so embarrassing.
Yeah, times have changed, man.
They sure have. Anyway, thank you all so much for this chat. It was fantastic. And like I said, I'm sorry that it only had to be this long. I feel like we barely scratched the surface in a lot of regards. But it is what it is. Until next time, keep in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Totally stole the Markiplier outro there. All right, let me get the next group in if they don't hate my guts by now. Because I am terrible and I can't, time things correctly. Okay, so we've got SuperZeldaGirl, and I believe I've seen SuperZelda. Yeah, there she is. So SuperZeldaGirl, I know you're here. And let me see TriforceTrends. And then we've got Amanda. Okay, starting the video call. Everybody cross your fingers. I hope they're all still here. I know it's been a while. We will see. Oh my goodness, they're all here. One of them fell asleep.
Oh, sorry, dude. God, I was just waiting so long.
I literally, I deserve that. I deserve that so much. But I do have good news for you.
What's that?
You guys are the last group, which means we're not going to run into another time limit. We can just breathe. Everybody just take a deep breath, breathe out. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fine. Anyway, thank you all for being here today. And let's go ahead and get some introductions out of the way. And I like to go from top to the bottom. So, Miss Amanda, who are you? What are you all about?
Hello, I am Amanda. I host Zelda Weekly at Zelda Universe. And I stream on Twitch, and I just play a whole lot of Zelda.
Those are great credentials. SuperZeldaGirl, what are you all about? Oh, I actually cannot hear you.
I muted myself, hey.
There she is.
New microphone, still getting used to it.
Oh, I totally get that. Absolutely.
Hi, I'm SuperZeldaGirl. I am a British YouTuber I focus mainly on The Legend of Zelda, sometimes Metroid, Final Fantasy, and Resident Evil. I'm also a cosplayer, and I focus mainly on Zelda with that as well. But I'm pretty much 90% Zelda stuff.
Hence the name.
Yep.
And TriforceTrends, what do you cover? Metroid?
I cover not Metroid. I was actually going to say Metroid. I cover Zelda, believe it or not. You see the Triforce everywhere in Metroid, really, but no, mostly a Zelda channel. You would never tell from behind me. And I'm don't upload.
Oh, it's all good. Well, fantastic. Glad to have each of you on. Now, I am doing some like super chat questions as they come in. We had one from the last group that was not asked, but I'm going to set it up real quick. Is Tears of the Kingdom any of y'all's favorite Zelda game?
Right now, I'm going to say it is.
It is? Okay, cool.
It either
Fantastic.
is or it's
feeling...
second.
Mine
One
is
of them.
Wind
Very
Waker.
cool. Very cool. In that case, I believe this is kind of what the question was about. Do you believe that the complete sandbox system for the world influenced that for you personally?
Not really. I think it was just the love of all the characters is what really made Tears of the Kingdom so much fun. Is, I do love the exploration and getting to go all over the place and ride horses and find new stables. I loved the exploration aspect. But really it was just like getting to revisit characters that I remembered from Breath of the Wild and getting to see how they've grown and just having that connection to everything in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was one of the most phenomenal things about the game. And with that out of the way, let's go ahead and start it off then. How did we feel about Tears of the Kingdom as opposed to Breath of the Wild? Whatever. What are your thoughts about it? Let's kick it over to TriforceTrends.
Hold on, I actually got a notes pad up because I've been waiting so long. I actually put notes together. I never do notes.
14 years.
14 years. 3 hours, 14 years. I mean, I really like how the progression from Breath of the Wild evolved into Tears of the Kingdom, personally. The lore, I don't think it is worse than Breath of the Wild's. The lore is worse than Breath of the Wild's, in my opinion.
Okay.
I don't think there's much arguing that. But I think, in a lot of other ways, Tears of the Kingdom did expand on Breath of the Wild. It just depends on whether those expansions were good for the game or not. Like the Sky Islands and the Depths, is that truly better than Breath of the Wild's original surface and everything to do with that? But I don't know, I like the direction that they went from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. It's also easy to forget sometimes that it wasn't a game that was supposed to be made in 6 years. It was supposed to be a game that was made in 3 or 4 years, right? But then COVID hit, and they did an extra year polishing the game too. So it's like, you never know when it should have released.
True.
But I think it was a solid sequel.
Cool. So you enjoyed it. You're sounding like kind of a 6 or 7 out of 10.
I'm more of an 8 or 9 because I really prefer the dungeons.
That's how you
the
sound
thing.
with 8 or 9.
Yeah,
wow.
Dude. Oh, I'm a hard man.
Your 1 or 2.
I'm a hard man to please.
Must be all cursing and stuff. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, I know this.
SuperZeldaGirl, how did you feel about Tears of the Kingdom?
I really enjoyed it. Looking back, it's been kind of weird because at the same time, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of forgettable. I think it's because of it being so similar to Breath of the Wild. But
I feel that.
I think anyone who's watched my videos will know when I've been covering Breath of the Wild that I had a lot of problems with Breath of the Wild. Things like, while I overall loved the game, like the dungeons were disappointing to me. The lack of monster variety was kind of sad, and at times I just felt that the story, like I've said before, the story doesn't happen in the time of Breath of the Wild. It happens 100 years ago, and we're just kind of tying up loose ends. But with Tears of the Kingdom, they fixed a lot of that. So I was very, very happy just to have dungeons that felt like more classic Zelda dungeons. Some of them more than others. Even a few new enemies is just nice to see. Shut up, phone. Sorry. And the story, while it's still a bit of a mess, the way with like the kind of new memories, the Dragon's Tears are not my ideal way of having a story told in a Zelda game. It is better in my work. There is some more fret. Calamity Ganon never really felt like a threat. even though we don't really see Ganondorf too much, sadly, he does feel more like a threat because we have already seen him and we learn what he can do. So I enjoyed Tears of the Kingdom, but there are things that are a little bit kind of hit or miss with me.
I see. Very good answer, Miss Amanda.
Okay, had to make sure I wasn't muted. All right, so regarding Triforce, I just called it Triforce Heroes. What the heck is wrong with me? I saw TriforceTrends, and the first thing that came into mind was Triforce Heroes.
I guess you
oh
could
my
call
gosh!
us the Triforce Heroes, you know. Or actually, three of those. So maybe Triforce Heroes plus one. But no, how did you feel about Tears of the Kingdom, just in general? I know I kind of threw you a bit more of a specific question at first, but this is just a general, like, your personal reflection on the game, as opposed to Breath of the Wild, for instance. How did you feel about it?
Gotcha. I mean, I loved both games. Like, I loved Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom to me was more fun, and I think that's just because I often compare it, the difference between, like, Disneyland versus Magic Kingdom is how I kind of compare Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Both are excellent. One created a foundation for it. Tears of the Kingdom, to me, improved upon everything that was done in Breath of the Wild. So that's what I liked about it. I thought it was neat having all sorts of places to explore. The getting to go into the sky, honestly, though, I will have to say, definitely made traveling around a lot easier, just because of being able to float and fly everywhere I needed to go. But I thought it had, like, so many great characters. It's not very often that we get to, I don't think we've ever, like, actually gotten to revisit. I know we've had sequels before, but we haven't had one like this before, I guess,
No,
where we,
like, legitimately in the same world.
yeah, legitimately in the same world where
yeah.
you're getting to
This is
follow
the
up on
first.
events that have already happened, getting to meet people that you already knew, like you've been hanging out all this time. So it wasn't like there was that nice just familiarity the whole time. That's what I really enjoyed about it. So I love Tears of the Kingdom. 10 years from now, there might be something I like completely different, or I might decide that I like Wind Waker the best 10 years from now. Who knows? But to me, I think it's fantastic, and there's so much creativity you can do with it, and I just thought it was a lot of fun.
No, I think that it's great to hear from someone who legitimately does consider it, their favorite Zelda game, be it just for now or maybe it'll always be whatever. I think that's great, because one of the reasons why I put all this together is because I've been a bit critical of the game, especially in times in recent times, and I just kind of wanted to hear some other takes, So I've been looking for some positive takes on the game, because here I come with something that's not super positive. So I think TriforceTrends was just saying this, and your name is Ed, correct?
Yeah.
I'm probably just going to call you Ed because,
that's all good.
You got a big name. But as Ed was saying, it's all. I do feel that one of the things preventing me a little bit, gameplay-wise, from just really delving in and falling as in love with Tears of the Kingdom as I really want to be, would be not enough good additions, right? So, like, I don't know if y'all have been watching the whole stream up until now, but in some of the first groups we were talking about the world of Hyrule and how Tears of the Kingdom is still the same world of Hyrule. So that off the bat is already going to... It's just logical, right? If you play Breath of the Wild first, it will remove a lot of that sense of, ooh, what's around the corner. It just will. I mean, it's because, it's like, here's... the first time you pick up a PlayStation controller, right? It'll feel different, but it'll never feel the same the second and third and fourth PlayStation controllers you pick up. Even though it might have a different skin on it, or it might have a different grip on it, that's the same controller. So, it's kind of the same with Tears of the Kingdom's Hyrule, but Tears of the Kingdom brought with it the Sky Islands, right? And the depths. And these are the two... Obviously, these are like the two big additions to the game as far as actual legitimate geographical content is concerned. So I guess another question that I'm going to give to y'all is, do you feel like there was enough new added area, or could there have been some more? And we'll start off with SuperZeldaGirl.
I feel like obviously they take up a lot of room. The depths is literally the whole size of Hyrule nearly, and the Sky Islands there's a lot of them. But when it comes to the depths specifically, there wasn't too much to do in there apart from finding like the costumes, which was a bit sad. I do love that you can refight bosses, which I think is something all Zelda games should have, a way to refight bosses, because that was so exciting and also terrifying to just be
for sure.
walking and suddenly finding Colgera and just
You're
there.
like, what's that flapping?
Caught me
And there's just this
completely off
Colgera,
guard. Very scary. But the depths are so interesting. I just wanted a bit more to see with them. Maybe more areas, like different biomes. Like the because obviously it's under Hyrule. Like the desert above Hyrule in the depths, maybe it could be something a bit different. I mean, it kind of was going for that graveyard feel with the Gibdos that you could find scattered there, which was very cool to find them down there as well. But I feel like there needed to be something a bit visually different to go along with those things. And when it comes, I think it would have been really cool to have more visual differences in there, even keeping them still with the depth kind of like dark grays, purples, but just giving a little bit something different, like just adding more diversity to the depths, so it feels almost like a dark world of Hyrule to some extent. But when it comes to the Sky Islands, I love them. I love all the different puzzles. I love the giant cubes. I thought they were very cool. I love how some of them connect to the surface, like the cubes again. There was a lot of different unique puzzles. The bosses were very cool. I do still wish, again, that there was a few different changes. Sorry, my mic. A few different changes and like unique things. But overall, I think the islands in the sky were pretty fun and really done well. I do just find it interesting how there is less of the Sky Islands than there is the depths, and in all of the marketing they just focused on the Sky Islands for the new stuff. I don't think anyone went into Tears of the Kingdom expecting the depths, especially to be the size and take up as much room as it did. I was very, very shocked just how big the depths were compared to the skies, saying they focused primarily on that in promotion, which was very cool.
I think when it comes to like the depths and just the amount of area in Tears of the Kingdom, it is easy to be like, there should have been more added, but I just think they should have done more with what was added.
I think that's a great take, yeah.
I think the thing is, I don't think that the depths is inherently that bad. If the depths had lore that wasn't just extremely random and you have to kind of throw your hat out to even understand half of what's going on down there, I think the depths would be, like, I think people would love them. I think in a few years' time, if something comes out about the depths, people might make more theory videos about the depths. But until a big discovery happens, it's tough.
It's just that there's so much nothing down there currently that everything is equally plausible and possible.
Yeah,
and if everything's equally possible, then it's like nothing really matters just yet, you know? So we'd need there to be something, you know, something a bit more tangible before theories. And it could be a single sentence. You know, imagine if like there were a scroll that somebody, you know, just happens to find and it says like, you know, something about like, as per the prophecy, the depths have reopened. Can you imagine like how much that would generate based on that one sentence? All of a sudden, everything would start connecting to everything else and blah, blah, blah. But that's how theory works, right? And I love it. I know everybody here loves it. I just wanted to say real quick, that biome idea, I think is brilliant. And I think that Tears of the Kingdom had the perfect setup to do something like that, especially because each of the biomes were already treated differently.
Yeah.
In some cases, they were more harsh than they were in Breath of the Wild, like Rito Village, for instance. And in some cases, they were less, Death Mountain. But I think that, like for instance, for the Zoras, right? What if, on the surface, right, they're dealing with the sludge and all that stuff, but what if the biome of the depths underneath Zora's domain is ice? And it's
kind of cool back to Ocarina.
Oh yeah, could you imagine? That would be so
cool. The closest thing we got was the area surrounding Eldin, which had lava.
It did.
And I was so excited seeing that.
Yeah.
It was great.
It was so cool. It was lit up entirely. You didn't really have to use any of the light flower things at all. So it just added that kind of extra uniqueness to that area. Made it a bit more difficult traversing, but it was just very cool. And when I got to the desert area of the depths or under it, finding all of the Gibdos, I was excited to see them because I thought, oh, that's cool. And there was like an area named like a graveyard. I'm like, oh, that kind of makes sense as well. I just wish that there was maybe sand or something like there, or maybe old ruins, Gerudo ruins, or even more Yiga stuff, like specifically a lot more Yiga stuff in that area. I just think it would have been added more stuff to them. I think it would have been very cool to see.
Also forced us to use our Zonai, constructions in different ways, rather than everybody just making their go-to vehicle or their go-to, whatever. Or whatever else they made that y'all are chuckling about, as I'm sure everybody has their own story with. But you know what I mean? Like, what if we had to come up with not just a Zonai construct for getting across Little River or for getting up to this Sky Island, but we needed to come up with, like, getting across, I don't know, the desert, or in the depths.
Fire, quicksand everywhere.
Yeah, quicksand, and it's just more ways to use the fantastic systems that they brought up in Tears of the Kingdom would have been awesome. And we did have a super chat question come through, but just to make sure we get everybody's ideas, Amanda, did you have anything on the new area of Tears of the Kingdom? Was it enough? Did they do enough
I
with
definitely want to echo the whole idea of like there being like different biomes. I love like the idea of there being ice under Zora's domain. I think that as much as I love the game, I think there's so much that could have been done that didn't. Like the deaths just being so just kind of the same all over. I think it would have been neat to have maybe either like maybe spirits of some like characters, so like maybe not living NPCs, but like that's where the spirits of them dwell or something. Or maybe a completely different tribe living underneath in the depths. I know we have the Yiga, but like just some other group. I don't know if it's maybe a secret group of Zonai or a different group of underground Gerudo, or
that would have been cool.
A branched group of Zonai, like the underground Zonai. I mean, there are already so many theories about that. There are so many theories about different branches of Zonai out there. The barbarians on the surface, the depth dwellers, the mole type people, or whatever they might have been. Like, you can find I forget what the armor set is called, but it's the one with the lights all over it that makes Link's face look like a something.
Isn't that like the miner? Is that the miner's one?
It's the miner set. Yeah, that might be what it's called. But there are a lot of reasons to believe that there were a bunch of different tribes of Zonai that just existed in Hyrule, and that would have been so cool, to find like the one that's still out there. But anyway, great answers. We do have a super chat question also from RJ. RJ has had some awesome questions this entire stream. But let's see. Do you think Zelda should have been the POV protagonist of Tears of the Kingdom? Do you think that playing her story instead of Link's would have been a better call? So that's an interesting little switch up, and maybe we can also branch that into another hope that I had for Breath of the Wild. So back in that game, I always thought it would have been so cool to be able to play through the memories. Back in like
same,
right, which would have been, it would have been very hands-on. One of my biggest Honestly, yeah, one of my biggest disappointments with both of these games now has always been that the story just goes and took place 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. Your purpose is to piece it together. You don't necessarily get to play that story. It's not an active story. You know what I mean? The active storytelling that took place in previous Zelda games took place 100 years ago, right? And so now you piece it together. That was something that it's a style choice, and they did a great job with it, but it's just not my favorite, right? So, do we think that maybe it would have been cool to see Zelda's POV in those flashbacks?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Would that have messed up the pacing at all?
Maybe
she's got a different, set of powers or what have you.
Yeah, it's so hard to think about because it'd have to change so many things.
Well, yeah, and you don't want it because I see you've got a PlayStation back there. Have you played Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So the Mary Jane force.
Yes, that's it's a crazy controversy. It's like people don't hate those sections, especially in the first game. You don't want to end up in a situation. Yeah, exactly. The pacing, but in the same regard, Nintendo fans are so different to PlayStation fans, to where Paper Mario comes out and you play as Peach in between chapters, and everyone goes, "That's so cool."
No, that's
So
a
it's like,
great takeaway. Nintendo fans really are kind of different, though. There's a, and I'm a floater, right? I think probably most of us here, play different consoles. If
we dabble,
I play good games, right? I play good games, and
I don't discriminate. If it's a good game, I'm gonna play it.
Absolutely, right. There's no discrimination of games here. I'm playing certain games that maybe I shouldn't, Pal World and things like that. But that's just because you can give your little not Pokemon guns, right? So that's funny. But no, I think that it is definitely interesting how Nintendo specifically crafts their stories differently than any of the other developers out there.
They're kind of timeless.
They are
all of
timeless in
them.
a
They're
way.
always kind of timeless.
But there was a big kind of question that came up in the previous group that I'd like to ask you guys as well, just since we're on the topic. Do you feel like maybe Nintendo's style is too childish these days? Not mature enough to pack a bit more of a punch?
Maybe.
Really?
Maybe.
I think kind of, because Paper Mario, right, as the example that I brought up a minute ago, that was a game that was so dark at the time still, and Thousand Year Door as well, comparatively to other Mario games, right? And that was Nintendo's thing back at that time, but then with the exception of one or two moments in Origami King, which I don't have to mention, any amount of Nintendo games of the last few years haven't really had that maturity to them, and I think it was Don that mentioned the Majora's Mask and how mature that game was, and the side quest in Hateno, the cheese and the mushrooms. I think that they are going for a more childish angle. I do think that there doesn't need to be. It's strange because obviously Nintendo went through the Wii period, right, where the Wii took off and a lot of children, almost completely children and families, were buying their consoles for a long time. Whereas the Switch is being bought by gamers most of the time. You'll go online now and they're not talking about the Switch like it is a child system. Some people are, but that's just because they're ignorant. It's just because the game has so many good games for people. Yeah, it's a hard one, but I think that I'd like Zelda to be a bit more mature, because I can definitely see where it's being more childish.
One thing.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was gonna say one thing. I've been told I'm horrible for this opinion, but when it came to Breath of the Wild, before Tears of the Kingdom was announced, I always thought that at the end of the game, Zelda should have just said her thank you for saving me and disappeared, and it be just like she had used all of her power and all of her strength to fight against Ganon for all that time, and you are racing to save her in the end. And at the end, you save her only to find out that she's used all her power and she just kind of fades away and becomes a spirit. And I thought, yeah, that's horrible as well. It's like so sad, but I feel that would have been such an impactful ending, and it's a little bit more kind of darker than anything we've seen.
Is sad bad? Right?
No,
Not necessarily. I would
put in.
argue.
Oh, I'm sorry. You go first. Sorry.
I was just going to
He's
say,
got so
I would
many
argue
ideas.
that if a story is able to reach out and make you feel something, not annoyance for the story or, you know, something like that. Not like, oh, I hate this character necessarily, even though, yeah, in some regard. But if a story is able to reach out and make you still think about that a day after, a week after, a month after, a year after, whatever, I think that's good. And for a lot of people, that the most impactful way to do that is to make you sad. You know?
Yeah.
Ori did that very well.
Ori?
Oh my gosh, I can't get through the first 15 minutes of Ori without crying.
Oh, I've always wanted to try it. Oh, but
It's so good. We'll cry.
I've always wanted to try it.
I feel when it comes to maturity in games as well, when people say, "Oh, I want this game to be more mature," some people automatically think, "Oh, it's gonna have blood. It's gonna be all violent." Yeah. It doesn't need to be like that. I know we've spoken about Majora's Mask, but another one is Wind Waker. Yeah. The game itself looks like a cartoon. It's absolutely adorable.
It's such a
Everybody knows it.
Switch.
Yeah.
You think you're getting Lego's Zelda, and then it's like super deep.
And you get to the end, for one, obviously you have that kind of strikingly somewhat graphic kill. I say it's not supposed to be graphic for maturity, but that kill for Ganon is pretty
one of the best in all of Zelda, period.
Yeah, it's so good. Agreed. But then there's even little things like Link and his grandma. You can tell that he doesn't want to leave her. Like, this is a child having to deal with all this, and it's so impactful playing through it, and you know he has to do it, but it's so sad. It's little tiny things. It doesn't need to be in your face. Oh, so deep. It's so deep and mature. It just little tiny things can add to that kind of thing, like that
kind of like
vibe.
Pixar-esque then.
Yes.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You know, okay, I know that Ed, you've been wanting to say something, so I'll let you go for it.
Dude, I'm sitting here on the edge of my seat.
You're pro at waiting at this point, okay?
All right. I saw somebody in the chat mention Xenoblade when we were talking about Nintendo games with maturity, and it made me think. I think, in a way, the adventure series that's getting the mature treatment is Xenoblade, right? Is Xenoblade supposed to be the mature adventure that Nintendo want to put out, since it's starting to sell a bit more now? Is that their story-heavy one? Who knows? But when it comes to darker moments in Zelda, especially Tears of the Kingdom, right? There are so many moments in the game where it feels like something dark should have happened, and they just pull the punch. Like, King Dorothan. I thought for sure he was going to die. Well, it's such a lot.
Yeah, and because of that, I completely forgot about that entire questline. Until literally just now. Like, I forgot that happened, and now I'm like, oh yeah, he was dying, wasn't he? It's just that the punch was pulled, you're right, and the impact was completely gone.
It's so strange. Like,
he's fine.
I mean, the whole Zora section of the game is my least favorite from a gameplay and story point of view.
Mud? What's wrong?
I don't like mud. Do you like mud? Do you like Muck to Rock? No.
So cute.
But they.
He is very cute.
Yeah.
But they pull the punch last second. I don't know. It just doesn't hit as hard, because that could have been the defining moment of Sidon's life. And the thing is, Sidon, right? He has gone through a lot, but he's not been through much while being a grown adult. He's been through a lot as a child, but a lot of people go through things as a child. You need your defining adult moment so that you can become a king, is how I see it.
And saying he does become king at the end of
he
that
still
quest,
becomes
essentially.
king. Yeah.
It's like
having
that extra punch would have kind of made that he's king, but kind of at what cost? He's now got to deal with that as well. And yeah, I agree with that. I think that would have been a good. But it's not like we've had no dead characters in Zelda before, even if they've died before it. Like same with Zora's, you've had Rutella and Rallis. Their kind of connection is very, very sad, and I guess kind of mature. I guess like this tiny child is dealing with the death of his mother. And you see him at her grave. Sorry, I'm stumbling. But yeah, I agree with you with the death of.
I feel like the reason they decided not to have the king die is when you go there, Sidon is pretty much dealing with depression, and I think that would have just kind of set it over a little too much.
Maybe.
Yeah, true.
That I think if he wasn't dealing with depression at the time and it was just like, all right, I'm working to be king, and then the king died, I think that'd be okay.
Yeah.
But the fact that like Yona had to like talk him into it, and Link had to show up and be like, hey, your bestie's here, and then like it's like a switch went off in his head and was like, wait a minute, I'm Prince Sidon, I'm here with my best friend and my fiance, so I'm gonna go save everything.
I'm a fan favorite.
Exactly, and he lost sight of all of that.
Yeah.
But I agree with that.
Kind of to combine both of those notions with maturity, you know, like the whole like losing Zelda in Breath of the Wild, and then like loss in general being impactful. Here's a good question. Should Zelda have come back at the end of Tears of the Kingdom? So the entire time, right, they beat over our heads that the process of draconification is irreversible. It's irreversible, it's irreversible, and it's extremely impactful because of that when we figure out that Zelda did that. You know? Like, oh my god. And it makes the tears. It makes the tears, right? Like the one bit of humanity that she has left can only cry.
Yeah.
Oh, like I get goosebumps from that, you know? Like it's heartbreaking. It's so deep. But then, you know, at the end, she does just kind of, you know, come back. So do we think that maybe she stayed a dragon? And in the end, you know, it's a shot of Link looking up at her, and he'll never forget what she did, you know. Or do we think that maybe that was fine?
Maybe if they did it like more of like a post game thing, where like you've beaten the game, game's over. Now there's like some post gameplay stuff you can do to bring Zelda back. It's like okay, but that's the only way you can bring her back is if you do like the post game or some special. So you know, like the true ending versus regular ending.
Yeah,
I think that works.
I think that there should have been, if they wanted to do it right, I think there should have been some explanation as to why it happened. Obviously, we see it happen, but why does it happen? And I also think there's a chance they could have gotten away with Zelda coming back for basically no reason if this is so weird. If Link had his arm just never come back, but obviously they can't do that, and I don't. The thing is that like I don't want it for Link.
They're just gonna fall off.
Knowing that he
just falls.
Yeah.
Zonai glue is run its course.
He's sacrificed his like a part of him for Zelda. I think that would have had some nice. I don't know. So, it's a very strange idea, and I've not really thought it through as much as most people have. But I don't know. It'd be nice symbolism.
No, I get what you're saying. Like it was the essence of Raru's light, and I think the concept at the end was that Sonia's time powers and Raru's light powers are what together brought reversed the draconification essentially. And then you know that was the last that both of them could do or would do or whatever, and then they were like, that's it, we can rest, and they peace out. Which is still a very powerful moment and makes sense. Like it does make sense, you know, because you know both of them are, as far as we can tell, besides the lineage of Hylia, you know, the goddess, which we know from Skyward Sword, they are the origin of like light and time in like Princess Zelda's bloodline, and so that makes sense that you know they would be a bit more powerful, you know. a bit more able to pull off something like that than just your average Joe Schmo. But yeah, so I don't know. I thought that was a neat idea for what, I don't know, might have brought a little bit more impact to the ending, but not that the ending needed much more impact. I am one of the more critical people about the Tears of the Kingdom story, and even I think the ending is amazing.
Yeah, I really love the ending.
Yeah, the moment in the sky that mirrored where he failed to catch her at first, and then you do catch her. I don't even, at that point, I don't even care that they survived by falling into a frickin' pond. You know, where in reality they would have shattered every single bone in their body upon impact because of surface tension. I don't care, because that was a cool moment and it was sweet, damn it.
It was such a beautiful
redemption moment.
Yeah,
beautiful moment.
It was poetic. It was, I mean,
it was amazing. It gave me those Studio Ghibli vibes. Spirited Away.
So
I was like, oh, perfect.
Oh yeah, and I love Studio Ghibli, and actually the newest movie, I don't know if y'all caught it. If you haven't, you know, The Boy and the Heron.
The Boy and the Heron.
Go see that one.
I really want to see it.
It's extremely nuanced. Oh, it's extremely nuanced. We could talk about that movie for probably 4 or 5 hours. Or
we could talk about every movie they've made for about that.
Oh, for sure. But this being a much more positive group on Tears of the Kingdom, which is great. Let's talk about the best parts of the game. So we all are Zelda fans, right? Obviously. We've been playing Zelda games for years. What is the best thing that Tears of the Kingdom brought to the Zelda franchise? And we're going to go back to going in order. So let's start with Amanda.
That dragon battle. Oh my gosh. I loved that dragon battle so much at the very end. And I just also like that we finally got full voice acting, or semi-full voice acting, because it wasn't every single scene. So it just brought so much life into the story.
So more life, more climactic awesomeness. Yeah, I get that.
Actually, because like after Breath of the Wild, I didn't enjoy it, but the boss battles were just kind of eh. This time we got more unique bosses again, and the Ganon battle at the very end of Breath of the Wild was just kind of like, whatever. I'm not really like drawn to this. But then you see Ganondorf's ridiculously long health bar, and you fight all of that, and then you've got that incredible battle at the end, and you just feel, I don't know, it's because of all the life that's brought into it, you feel more compelled to do everything.
Yeah, beautiful. SuperZeldaGirl.
I feel like my favorite part of the game was the dungeons. I absolutely love the dungeons, some more than others. My favorite being the lightning one. It just gave such kind of classic Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker vibes. Definitely taking a lot from the Spirit Temple and the Earth Temple. I can't remember. The one with the mirror shield and stuff in Wind Waker. So that was just so good. I really enjoyed the build up to all of the dungeons.
Yeah, there were some great unlocking quests that they, the mirrors in the desert. That was great.
I feel my favorite kind of build up was the desert one again. That whole segment, I don't know what, it just really did it for me. It was really good. But seeing certain things before, I do feel like my least favorite was the Zora one, sadly, because I just feel like it wasn't as interesting. I love Muktaruk, but it wasn't too interesting compared to pre-fighting Goma.
Did not have like an underwater moment.
I do feel that if Tears of the Kingdom had a underwater dungeon for the Zoras, I probably would have liked that a lot more, because having it just kind of in the sky and not really even in its own confinement, it's kind of just floating there. It didn't feel Zora. It didn't feel like a water temple or something like that. It felt just kind of like water islands. But yeah, I love the dungeons. The bosses especially are beautiful. I love seeing Goma come back as well, so that was really fun.
Goma was fantastic.
Such a great surprise.
The Zora had that mini dungeon, didn't they? if I'm remembering
Yes,
correctly.
I actually thought that was the dungeon when I first went in there. I was
That
like, I
was
wasn't paying
low-key,
attention.
I think kind of a better dungeon than the dungeon. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, because it was really fun and it was really like unique. It had this big old mechanic you had to master. Also, I just wanted to say we have a super chat question coming in. I haven't read it yet, but I wanted to say, Ed, I'm living for your pajamas right now.
Oh, great! Thank you.
I'm sorry, I saw it. I was listening, but then he got up to open his door and he had these Zelda pajamas, and I was like,
I didn't see them. Damn.
show
I
us
need
your
new Zelda
pants.
pajamas.
Show us your pants.
Oh, I love
I
it.
have those same ones.
Oh, dude, the cat
I need to
ran
get
away.
some.
They're comfy.
All right, Ed, what was your favorite part about Tears of the Kingdom / what do you think is the best thing it brought to the franchise?
I think it's the first game. Well, it's the first game since Breath of the Wild, so it can only be the first game to do this. But I think it's the first game to have meshed the idea of Breath of the Wild and the older Zelda games slightly closer, and I think that was the best thing about it for me. I think it felt far more like a traditional Zelda without being anything like a traditional Zelda, and that for me was just about enough for it to be like my second, maybe third favorite Zelda, maybe first. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think that Tears of the Kingdom did make several strides towards the traditional format, right? That a lot of people were, clamoring for after Breath of the Wild. Because Breath of the Wild, when it released, it was the
goat.
Like, what was traditional about that?
Yeah.
Right? We didn't even have heart containers. And we still don't have we had heart containers, but you know what I mean. We didn't have like pieces of heart in the world and stuff. We didn't pick up hearts to heal. Like from the bottom
I really
up,
miss that.
It was.
I
No,
really
miss
miss
that
heart
too.
pieces.
Oh my god, I miss that too.
It's something that you don't really think about until someone brings it up. You're like, oh yeah, I miss kind of getting little pieces until getting new hearts. Just
Well, that brings me. Actually, that brings up the other question. Do you think that you miss that because it's purely nostalgic? Or do you think there is something to be said for it just being a different mode of gameplay?
I think it's because it's a different mode of gameplay. I think you were talking about items as well in one of the other groups, but the idea of getting the items in past games, getting them in dungeons, kind of leads to that extra bit of progression. I feel that heart containers do the same thing with the orbs in Breath of the Wild, or the whatever they were, the different collectible thingies from the shrines and stuff you get. It doesn't kind of have that same feeling, because I'm not sure how to explain it, because obviously you do get stamina or
It's the surprise
hearts.
factor of the heart container.
You could just
when you
be
would find
in a
it
cave
in like a chest or complete
Yeah.
a side quest or something. You didn't. The first time you play it, you don't know what you're about to get, and it's like, oh yay, I got a piece of heart, or yay, I found a heart container, and it was exciting to find that instead of like, all right, let me do this number of shrines so I can get another heart.
And they're in the overworld. They're in the world. You don't have to go to a specific place. I always remember the first one of the first heart pieces you get in Twilight Princess is like when you're going into the kind of the deeper wood bit part first, kind of when you're trying to find the monkey, I believe. Yeah, and you go into that cave. Yeah. There's like the chest. Yeah, you get that one chest, and you're like, oh wait, there's some torches. You light them, and a big chest, and you're like, oh wow, heart piece. It's just like doing those little puzzles, finding those little extra pieces. It kind of it's a surprise. It's nice, and it makes you feel like you're kind of progressing, even when you're not really progressing. You're just getting something. It adds to it. It's nice, and I think that also goes for the items as well. Getting items in dungeons, I think they kind of add to that progression. You're growing stronger. You're not just getting more hearts. You are growing slowly. I think that works quite well.
Yeah. And I think that it could work given their, like if Pieces of Heart, for instance, were to come back, I don't think it needs to necessarily be an either or conversation with like, okay, well then let's do away with the shrines and the shrine. Like, you could easily have some shrines yield a piece of heart directly. And then other shrines yield a piece of stamina, and others yield a piece of armor, and others yield, whatever.
Yeah.
Like you could very easily implement that, and I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. And then of course, pieces of heart in and of themselves could not only come from shrines, there could also be overworld ones, right? Like it's always been that way. Side quests, it's always been that way. You know, pieces of heart can come. I'm going through the Minish Cap for the first time, and like there's of course those are the Capcom games, and they always handled things a bit differently. But like there's right off the bat, there's like a vendor. And she's like, "Oh, Princess Zelda, you won. Here, choose one of these rewards." And there's just a freaking piece of heart sitting right there. And it's like, you know what I mean? It's like they've always been this like kind of tongue-in-cheek. Is it canon? Is it not? Doesn't really matter. It's a reward for this. It could be a reward for that. It could, whatever. But pieces of heart have always been a part of the Zelda formula. And I think that. Honestly, it's impactful enough to where if that alone was brought back in the next Zelda game, like, I do think that a lot of people would be like, "Oh, it feels so much like Zelda," just because we can go find pieces of heart now. Like, it was that impactful to the formula.
With you bringing it up, like the Minish Cap bit that you just said, it also, like you said, they can be in stores, which I always remember finding, like in Phantom Hourglass, which was my first Zelda game, finding a heart container or a heart piece in a store and realizing it was like 10,000 rupees, and you're like, okay, I have a new goal. I need to save up 10,000 rupees.
Right.
And in something like Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, that could be pretty difficult. So that would be another thing, like another kind of goal to work towards, which it'd be really cool to do.
Yeah. From a game design perspective, pieces of heart are like everything. You can use that for everything. We have a super chat question, by the way. And after the super chat question, we're going to go to the future of Zelda, and then we'll probably wrap it up from there, just so you guys know what's going on. But the super chat question is, and this is for everybody, I believe, besides Ocarina from Granddaddy Otaku, is there a Zelda remake you would all like to see? And if so, should they redo it in the style of Breath or Tears' open world?
I want to see Twilight Princess in Breath of the Wild's engine. Sorry, I just get that one out there.
Just automatic, just boom.
Yeah,
boom, bang,
I had to
Twilight
get that one
Princess.
out.
Yeah. What would y'all like to see remade?
I wouldn't want to see it done in the Breath of the Wild style, but I really want remakes of Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, but in the style of Wind Waker. So kind of that camera behind you, third person, like
no more tapping on the screen to make
as long as you don't have to literally blow into it, then I'm sold.
That's
what messed me up with it.
I love Phantom Hourglass and I love Spirit Tracks, and they are the kind of games that do get kind of the bottom of the barrel sometimes because people don't like the gimmicks, they don't like the tapping on the screen, and I totally understand that, but I absolutely love them and I see them as hidden gems, especially Phantom Hourglass, not just because it's my first Zelda game, because I went through a weird whirlwind with that game when I was younger, but
the story's there.
I didn't finish it till about like 5 years ago, and that's when I realized this game is special. This game it's not the most deep, it's not the most like extravagant, it's definitely not Wind Waker, but it's special, it's charming, its characters are funny and rememberable. Limebeck and Ciela are hilarious.
Yes, they are.
Oshus is very funny actually as well. It does feel a little bit like a Saturday morning cartoon. It's very funny and I really love it, and I feel if it was remade in that Wind Waker style, in kind of Wind Waker HD maybe, I feel that people would be like, I'm turning around on this. I didn't enjoy it on the DS, but this game is actually very fun and very funny, and I think people would love it. I really do. I love Phantom Hourglass.
I do agree. I agree.
It's my baby.
Well, it's one of those Skyward Sword-isms, right? It's like it has such amazing stuff going for it, but it's hindered because nobody wants to. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to deflect the stupid I don't want to play it anymore. You know what I mean?
It's harder when you're left-handed playing it on a Wii U.
Oh man,
Yeah.
are you left-handed?
My problem.
Oh no.
I did Spirit Track on the Wii U, left-handed. And that was
no. And you,
Well,
and-
yeah,
but you wouldn't have to shut the DS to print it.
True.
Which, to be honest, I would say remaking it in Wind Waker would, like a Wind Waker more traditional Zelda style, would kind of take away a little bit from those puzzles, because you did have ones where you had to blow into it, you had to scratch stuff off and shut the DS.
Just remembered, I got so fed up. I was like, dude, I can't figure out this puzzle. I'll do the puzzle tomorrow. I just closed my DS. I opened the DS in the morning, and it's like, boom.
I'm pretty sure I did the same thing.
I've just gone to. They're like,
we're tapping it,
Yes.
just tapping it for ages. But it's like, yeah, it would take away from that. Like, that is kind of charming, having to shut the DS to print the pattern onto the map. Yeah,
it really is.
But at the same time, I'm sure they could come up with something else, maybe add like a new item that presses the map together or something like that. But yeah, I definitely feel like if I could pick any Zelda games to get remade, Wind Waker, not Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks would be fantastic remade. And I really think people would kind of change their tune on them a little bit, which would be very nice.
And you're talking about like full-fledged like main console
3D
Wind Waker style.
Yeah, that's a dream.
A little bit less bloom. And then it would look amazing. What about you,
that's like the
Amanda?
dream.
Yeah, very cool.
So part of me wants to say Minish Cap because it's so great, and I'd like to see that in like the Switch Link's Awakening style. But the art style in Minish Cap is just so beautiful that like it doesn't necessarily need it. But I think it would be cool to do Twilight Princess in like the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom style, where it is, because it has that like open feeling, like it could be that big exploration world. And there's so much lore in Twilight Princess that didn't get fully explained or resolved. I mean, you could read the manga, which I realize is not like officially canon, but it's still like it gives them a better backstory. And there's so much that was missing in Twilight Princess that I feel like that if they did a full remake of it, they would make it just this incredible like cinematic kind of game.
Make it Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I mean, saying it was inspired a little bit by the movies when they were kind of going like, how do we get the American market? Is because they don't like Wind Waker.
I remember in Nintendo Power at the time, they would like say, hey, who would you want to play Link? And everyone's like, Orlando Bloom! Since we were all 16.
We're all still 16 for Orlando Bloom in our hearts. But
I mean,
anyway,
it's true.
Not to be, that guy, but I'm going to have to say Ocarina of Time. I know, it's rolls eyes, whatever.
I'm not rolling my eyes. I say go for it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, so to me, like, Ocarina of Time, it's my favorite for many reasons, and a lot of that is just pure nostalgia. I absolutely agree, or admit that. But Ocarina of Time just has a lot of goodness going for it that I think is timeless. And it's held back, even nowadays, it's on, like the Switch expansion pass. Yeah. Even nowadays, people barely pick it up that I know of, because they're like, it's hard to play. It's held back. It's clunky.
Yeah.
And like it got remade, which fixed a lot of the clunkiness on the 3DS, but and that did sell pretty well, right? Like there were quite a few people who picked that up, but I'm just gonna say it. There is a difference between a home console experience and a handheld experience. There just is. One of them, the home console, and I mean, you can look at sales numbers alone for the Zelda series if you want to kind of compare and contrast what could be more impactful. The home console mainline games, Skyward Sword was criticized by like everybody and their mom when it came out, and it's still outsold like 90% of every handheld title out there. Just because
it came out the same year as the Ocarina remake as well.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
So it's not like Zelda was doing a high or something. It was like they came out the same year.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, but that's just a testament to the difference of impact of like an actual, like, throw it up on your TV, you know, have your family sit around, your siblings, whatever, and let's all just get through the Zelda game together. Like, that's special. And that has not come back for Ocarina, you know? That happened back when it came out, and then, you know, in the years following. But ever since, it's now like, oh, look at how aged this game is. What? Played on the 3DS? Why would I do that? Because, you know, maybe at this point they won't even buy a 3DS to play it. So I think that it would be fantastic if Ocarina of Time had a ground-up remake as Ocarina of Time. You know, like, not necessarily redone in Breath of the Wild style or anything like that. Like, I mean, sure, they can enact artistic differences like cell shading. I don't really care. But, you know, keep it as it is, but less clunky, HD, you know, take away the accessibility restrictions that a lot of people claim are preventing them from playing the game, and let a whole new generation of people fall in love with that game. Because I honestly...
Put it in on Unreal Engine, hire that man.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, just port whatever that is onto the Switch, you know? Like, Unreal... Yeah. Do we have any Unreal Engine games on the Switch?
Maybe like an indie something.
Yeah, there's got to be
an indie anything.
There's got to be
but
indies on there.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head that runs in Unreal. But anyway, okay, this conversation has been fantastic. Let me go ahead and ask our kind of wrap-up question, which is going to be, craft for me, if you will, the perfect next Zelda game. And we'll go with Ed, since you've been just sitting there staring at the wall.
I'm not staring at the... I've got 2 months... Anyway. I always said, even before Tears of the Kingdom came out, that Breath of the Wild mixed with Twilight Princess's dungeons and its story and stuff would be my perfect Zelda game.
So can I specify you on that, or ask for clarity?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you mean, like, why Twilight Princess's dungeons specifically?
Dude, there is some... I don't know, there's something about Twilight Princess dungeons. Thing is, Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess, they're neck and neck for my favourite dungeons, but Twilight Princess edges them out because I think of item variety more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I just love how items are used in Twilight Princess compared to any other Zelda game, pretty much. Plus, the theming is... I do like a mature theme, and... I know dark shouldn't mean mature or whatever, just dark colours and stuff, but dude, the Twilight and everything, I love the Twilight. I just think the dungeons in that game, I love them so much.
Sure. So basically like the engine, if you will, of, or maybe not engine, but like a...
I think, I mean, you know what, I actually had this noted but never put it up. The Great Sky Islands, right, are pretty much the Zelda game a lot of people want, I think. Which sounds crazy, trust me, but think about it like this. At the beginning of the game, you can kind of go off and do whatever you want as soon as you've got Ultra Hand. There's the little subsection, I didn't realise this till my second playthrough. On the Great Sky Islands, you can kind of make your way up to Ascend, the Ascend Shrine at like any time, if you want. I like that idea, and it's the same with the Great Plateau, right? I think the beginning of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they... could be like, if they made a Zelda game that's an open zone game, I think that's the perfect Zelda game that a lot of people are wanting, where it's very open for an area, you can always come back later. Just like old Zelda games, weirdly enough. It is just traditional Zelda, except now a bit more open.
I love that. Yeah, very cool. SuperZeldaGirl.
Kind of playing off what TriforceTrends said, if we're sticking with the open world that I'm guessing is going to be sticking around for at least a bit of a while, having the world in zones is, I feel, one way Nintendo can go to really kind of refine the open world. I've said before that I feel Nintendo with Zelda should go kind of what Final Fantasy 15 did, where the world is very big. You've got a lot of stuff to do, but it opens up slowly. So you have a big zone to start with, where you can go around. There's a few things to do. You've got the main quest, but you cannot progress until you can you do that main quest. You can go and do dungeons and stuff, but you can't really go too far out, and you are kind of always pulled back because there is a like a level kind of that you have to be. Obviously not with Zelda, you'd have to be like a certain amount of health, and that kind of comes back to what you were saying a while ago with I think another group, with enemies that are scaling with you. If the enemies are too hard, you're not going to be able to go out. You will have to then be forced in a way to do the main quest, and I feel that would be very good for Zelda, because it would also then streamline our stories, because I think we've all had a little bit of a problem with how the stories have been told in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, where yes, there is a way to go, but it's kind of vague. I didn't do the Dragon's Tears in the right order because I did not pay attention. I was just doing them when I got to them. So having that kind of large open sector that you can then do and then move on, I think would work very well. And that kind of is, again, like what they did with the Great Plateau. Imagine if you went Great Plateau and then the region that has Kakariko Village, and you could then kind of go around that area, get some shrines and stuff, but you couldn't actually progress until you went to Kakariko Village. I just think that's the best way that we need to go with Zelda, in like the open world Zelda, and definitely include very good dungeons, because just having the dungeons as well definitely added a lot to my love for Tears of the Kingdom.
Sure.
But yeah, story, dungeons, those are things that I love and I want. And I do want to see more diverse villains. New villains. I love Ganondorf. I adore Ganondorf. This is no secret. But I love the unique villains that this series has. Vati, Girahim, Yuga, they are all fantastic, and we need more of them. Even side villains like Zan and
it would do so well with this for obviously lore at the minute. It's like earlier you guys were talking about Ganondorf, right? The last group, you're like, everyone's arguing about this many Ganondorf. Just make someone new. I don't care about Ganondorf. I mean, I do care about Ganondorf, but bring him. It's funny because technically before Tears of the Kingdom,
is never coming on the channel again. Putting that in the notes. Sorry, what were you saying?
Technically, no, it's fine. It wasn't in a game, obviously, from like Twilight Princess to Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't know. I feel like someone else needs to be in there that isn't Demise, where it's like it's technically Ganondorf, but now it's just
someone
at the start.
to break it up.
Yeah,
like everyone loves Ganondorf. Yes, but this is the thing. Everyone loves Ganon. Everyone loves Ganondorf. He's like he is the Bowser of the series.
Guy.
You can't get rid of him. You can kill him off. There's always going to be some reason and some way to bring him
literally
back.
the William Afton.
He can still be there. Just bring bring another bad guy with him.
And that's why I love Zant. Because I know Ganondorf is the main villain, but Zant's so interesting because he threatens you. He's a presence throughout the game. Girahim, Vati, even Vati is a servant of.
I love him so much.
I want him in a non-pixel game. I just want to see what he would look like. He looks so cool. He's got such a cool design.
And then he can go away. I just want to see him for 2 seconds.
I just want to see him in a ghost.
But yeah, just new characters. I remember when A Link Between Worlds came out, or was being teased, and we were getting the trailers, and everyone was like, who's this with Yuga? It was such a great surprise to have a new character who, yes, is probably a alternate Ganondorf, like looking at his hair and his relation to Hilda and Ravio, but it was so cool to have that new character, and we need more of that. Asta in a
everyone crazy for Asta, and it's
love
because
him.
he's new.
He's new. He's interesting. He's not just another Ganon copy, and that's what makes Zelda villains cool. You have Ganon, who is I love, but we all accept he's kind of the big buff evil dude, the big strong guy with an army behind him. A lot of the Zelda villains are not that. Girahim is very, very poetic. He's very quick. Vati's very cunning. Xant's bonkers.
Weird.
Asta is also very cunning and quite scary, I
Bellum
think.
too. Bellum
is
terrifying.
amazing.
Yeah.
I wish there was more. Even Maladis and Chancellor Cole,
Maladis,
they are very similar to Xant and Ganondorf, or even Girahim and Demise. But just going out of Hyrule as well, you get different villains like Veran and Onyx. Like, I love
That's the thing,
Ganondorf.
right? The Legend of Zelda doesn't.
But there's so much they can do with villains.
Yeah. The
much
name
they can
of
do.
The Legend of Zelda, it doesn't pertain that anything. That's the thing, right? Every Zelda game is different. We don't always have to come. I mean, we don't always have to come back to Hyrule because we don't always come back to Hyrule. But it'd be nice if next game go away from Hyrule for a little bit. We saw a lot of Hyrule. Do it.
Well, and
go to Termina, Labrinia.
On the flip side of the new villain idea, just kind of bringing it back to the whole Tears of the Kingdom negativity that I'm so well known for these days.
Oh, great.
No, but like, if Tears of the Kingdom had a new villain that was written the exact same way as they had written Ganondorf, I'm pretty sure nobody would have a problem with it. Because on the flip side, right, a name like Ganondorf comes with a lot of expectations off the bat.
Definitely.
And so because Ganondorf came with all these expectations and people wanted more about his motive, I'm right there with those people.
His
right?
backstory.
I wanted more about his backstory. I wanted more. Right? And
there were
it
so many
wasn't there.
crazy theories before he came out.
There still are. But
I was then
point
making theories about him being good.
Exactly. But my point is, like, if it was just somebody else, like, there's not a reason to be upset, you know? Like, there's so that's kind of me pointing the finger at myself there. Because, like, I am a person who knows that I have expectations. I understand that. But there are a lot of advantages with just introducing new characters. New slate, you know? It could be something different that's not as good as Ganondorf or better, whatever. Or maybe he was written better, but it's just different. The point is, if it's different, if it's a different character, it's not attached to anything. And that's a huge advantage.
I think that's part of why it's exciting seeing the different villains in the Zelda series, because they're new. They haven't got that baggage. They don't need to be connected, and you don't really need to explain where they come from, because it's just a new evil in Hyrule. After the Triforce, after some divine power, you don't really need to explain it more than that if you don't want to, which I think we need more of.
Absolutely. Amanda, bring us home with this one. What was even the question? Was it crafting?
Is the ultimate next Zelda game?
Yes.
Apologies.
No.
You're good.
Great conversation.
All right. Yeah. My ultimate game would have the story level of Skyward Sword, just because it had such great characterization. I thought it had a really strong story. So I want story of that level. I want dungeons that are super themed, like in Twilight Princess. And I want, or Ocarina of Time, either one. I'm not all that picky. And then I want the music to be like as catchy as Ocarina of Time, because I missed that. Like, I loved that open world ambient sound. It was great. It was beautiful, but I want the catchy music back. It was great. And then I love the exploration of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but I would like it to be a little more linear. I loved your idea of the different zones. I think that would be fantastic. The Final Fantasy level 15 or Final Fantasy 15 level exploration, I think, would be spot on, because then you still have the fast travel, so you don't have to do that.
It's so open as well.
Go all over the place.
Yeah,
so the fast travel's still there.
And on that note, I think that fast travel could be taken down a couple notches from what it is currently. We have fast travels every 2 inches in the current world of Hyrule, you know. Yeah. And I think that
you can do it at any time.
You can do it at any point. Yeah. What if, who raise your hand if you legitimately, not just for novelty's sake, raise your hand if you legitimately explore Hyrule on horseback after the first 10 hours of gameplay. You know what I mean?
Not really.
You see what I mean?
The only time I'm on a horseback is just to sit, let the horse go, and just take in the views.
Which is novelty, right? Which is like, oh, I'm sitting here, it's so nice. What the experience of it all. But I mean, like, if you once you get some travel points unlocked, you're gonna just fast travel. Who in their right mind would be like, no, I'm gonna ride my horse across the world?
I once tried to do a Breath of the Wild playthrough with using no travel points because I wanted to just see. I wanted to see kind of my hero's pathway to see how it looked when you weren't traveling. I gave up on that so fast.
I was gonna say this is the gameplay.
I don't have a patience.
It did go a while. I did go a while, but it was it's too long, and you've got so many travel points. You can literally just bim bam boom, easy.
Well, and like doing these theory videos and whatever, as we're known for doing, like you need footage, right? You need to traverse the world of Hyrule and grab footage and whatever, and that's never been more difficult than with freaking Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Because, like, especially in Breath of the Wild, when you would go past a cutscene and you needed that cutscene again before, like, everybody has the footage on YouTube and they have their freaking watermarks in it.
Dude,
and, you know,
I
know, right? It's a pet peeve of mine too. But like, so trying to get it yourself, especially if you want to like emulate the games, right, and get some better resolution out of those beautiful, crispy in-game cutscenes, like in Tears of the Kingdom. You need to do all of that all over again, you know, and it takes a long time because it's such a big world. It actually led me to discovering like a light bulb going off that I could just download somebody else's 100% save file. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Well, it led me to a mental breakdown, so...
Dude, no, it's true. Like, back in the day, I'm talking like 2 years ago or so, when I was just cranking out like theory video after theory video, I mean, literally most of my week was taken up just walking around the freaking world of Hyrule. And just like, I've got to get, man, this is my new playthrough. I haven't crossed Hebra. Man, okay. And then, like, you get there because you already know to get there. But then you're like, I don't have enough freaking spices to make Link warm. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. Guys, I have enjoyed this conversation, and thank you so much for waiting, first and foremost, because, man... I'm sorry. That was on me. I don't know what I was thinking, giving every group like only 30 minutes. So anyway, won't make that mistake again. But I could see all of the groups, everybody in each group, and especially you guys coming back on the channel at some point for much more in-depth conversations in the future. I hope that you would be down for that. But for now, I think we are going to wrap this up. So let's get some outros going. SuperZeldaGirl, where can we find more of you?
You can find me on YouTube, SuperZeldaGirl. I'm also on Twitch. I have a Twitter. Literally, just search my name on most things and you'll find me. Also have a Hylian Jester. It's pretty easy to find me if you like. Okay, what was that person? SuperZeldaGirl. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I'm on pretty much anything. Same name. I post mainly on Twitter though. Need to get back into posting on YouTube. Hopefully that will happen soon. But yeah, if you're interested in following me and want to see YouTube Zelda content where I focus on a lot of different things, then yeah, that'd be really fun. And thank you for having me, by the way.
Oh,
it's been really fun.
It's been fantastic. I can't believe it's been this long and I haven't had you guys on the channel yet. I'm a wonderful, wonderful person, clearly. Amanda, where can we see more of you?
Well, you can find me on socials at Amanda Vanhiel, and you can find me on YouTube on the Zelda Universe TV channel, where I host Zelda Weekly. You'll also find me at conventions such as PAX and MomoCon talking about Zelda and on panels there. I can't remember if I said panels or not, but doing panels at conventions. You'll find me there. Basically, if there's a Zelda discussion somewhere, I'm probably going to show up. You can also find me hosting the Shine Sparkers podcast, where I talk about Metroid. And then I also have a Twitch channel. I haven't gotten to stream in a while, just because I've had a whole lot going on. But it is Panda Princessa, and that's where I stream. And I am so happy I got to be on the show.
Oh yeah, happy to have you. Are you going to PAX East this year? Is Zelda?
I'm planning on it, assuming that, because I submitted 2 panels, so assuming at least one of them gets selected, then I'll be there.
Fantastic. I may be there, I may not. I haven't decided yet. Last year, obviously, it was all like, oh, Tears of the Kingdom, Tears of the Kingdom. So, like, all of us were, like, busting down doors and literally crossing the ocean to get here. And then, it's hilarious. The only thing Tears of the Kingdom was a statue. It was a cool statue.
I took so many pictures at that statue.
If only they had the Ganondorf one there as well, I would have been straight over there.
Oh my god.
I would have been on a plane.
Yeah, she would have been swimming.
I want to see that. If they have that at PAX East this year, oh my gosh, I will
It would
I
be
won't
gone
leave it.
if I was there.
Just there's Amanda, just at the feet.
Just like, hi, I get
Ed, where can we see
Praise.
everything that you do or think about?
Or think about. Twitter. I'm posting more on Twitter than anywhere else at the minute. YouTube, I have a load of ideas happening, but they're not happening yet. Maybe in a couple of weeks, I'll start thinking weekly uploads back up. And then, I mean, if you're also from the UK, then me and Hyrule Gamer are going to be in Birmingham at the end of March. So that's cool for Insomnia Gaming Festival. So that's
I wish I could go.
It
is really nice.
I said hi, would you?
Yeah, of course. He did say he really wanted to come, but he couldn't.
Oh no! Yeah, I had I think him and then William Nintendo Black Crisis was also busy, and then Zeltic is out of town. But each of them expressed interest in doing something like this in the future. So, you know, maybe it'll happen again. It was a pretty big endeavor. But in the future, I think I will definitely give more time slots to everybody. Anyway, that's about all she wrote. Thank you guys for being on, and I hope that each of you know that if you ever need me for anything, holler. I'm at the other end of Discord, so just let me know.
Yeah.
All right, y'all.
Thank you for having us.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, and that